Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Dr. Kennedy Swarat-Singh, who is out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, advising of the following temporary appointment in accordance with Section 44 of the Constitution. Mr. Daniel Rashid, during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator the Honorable Dr. Kennedy Swarat-Singh. Honorable Senators, a senator is required to take the oath. May we all stand.
I, Daniel Rashid, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Papers.
The Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Justice. The annual audited financial statements as follows. The University of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2024. The Youth Training and Employment Partnership Program Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2024. And the Sports Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2025. And the annual reports as follows. The 14th and 15th annual reports of the Police Complaints Authority for the periods October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, and October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025.
Reports from committees, urgent questions.
Senator Faris Alwari, SC.
Mr. President, I don't have the copy just yet. Thanks of those approved. Much obliged. Thank you very much. To the Minister of Homeland Security. Will the Minister inform what urgent measures will be taken to improve safety in the Longdenville area, given the reported series of home invasions and trauma yesterday?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. President, having regard to the late notice, the Honourable Minister, will answer the question later in the proceedings. He's on his way. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, that question will be answered later on in the proceedings.
Personal explanations. Public business.
Senator Janelle John Bates.
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to make this personal statement. Mr. President, over the past few weeks, I have been the subject of much public commentary, criticism, and speculation arising out of matters connected to my role on the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee. Mr. President, from the moment I was sworn in as a senator, I have sought to discharge my duties with integrity, in good faith, and in the public interest. I recognize that my involvement in this matter has given rise to public concern and has contributed to a level of controversy that risks distracting from the important work of this honorable Parliament and from the issues affecting the people of Trinidad and Tobago. For that, I apologize unequivocally to the citizens of our country and to the members of this Senate. It was not my intention to obstruct or impede the work of the committee or the Parliament, and I deny that I conspired to commit a contempt of Parliament. I remain committed to the principles of integrity, fairness, and respect for the rule of law that have guided my professional life, and I will continue to uphold those values in my service to this country. I hereby inform this Senate and the national community that I have offered my resignation to the honorable leader of the opposition. Thank you.
Public business, committee business, motions.
Senator, the Honourable Leroy Batiste.
Mr. President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Be it resolved that this Senate adopt the special report of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee, first session, 13th Parliament, on the conduct of a member. Mr. President, I rise today Friday, 1st May 2026, with a solemn duty to move the motion for the adoption of the special report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, PWC, on the conduct of one of its members. This is no ordinary report. It is not routine, nor procedural. It is a matter that strikes at the very heart of parliamentary integrity, the sanctity of our committees, and the trust that the people of Trinidad and Tobago placed in us as legislators. Mr. President, let us remind ourselves of what Parliament is. The Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago is entrusted with two sacred responsibilities: to make laws for good governance and to provide oversight of the executive. These responsibilities are not abstract. They are the living embodiment of democracy in action. They are the means by which people's will is translated into policy, and by which the people's trust is safeguarded against abuse. But Parliament cannot do this alone. The sheer magnitude of state activity, the complexity of modern governance, and the limits of parliamentary time demand that we rely on committees. Committees are the engines of scrutiny. They are the watchdogs of accountability. They are the instruments by which Parliament extends its reach into the details of administration. Here in Trinidad and Tobago, our committees fall into three broad categories: those concerned with the organization and powers of the House, those assisting in legislative and policy-making functions, and those acting as watchdogs over the executive. The PWC is one such watchdog. Established in 2015, it oversees budgetary expenditure and the administration of government agencies. It is a standing committee appointed for the duration of a parliament. By motions approved in the House of Representatives on Friday, 27 June 2025, and in the Senate on Monday, 30th June 2025. Members who are appointed to serve on the PWC. It is charged with the responsibility to examine and report on to the House on the budgetary expenditure of government agencies, to ensure that expenditure is embarked upon in accordance with parliamentary approval. The budgetary expenditure of government agencies as it occurs, keeping the Parliament informed of how the budget allocation is being implemented, and the administration of government agencies to determine hindrances to their efficiency and to make recommendations to the government for improving public administration. The powers of the PWAC, inter alia, it can send for persons, papers, records. It has the power to sit, notwithstanding any adjournment of the House. They have power to adjourn from place to place, to report from time to time, to appoint specialist advisors, either to supply information for which not otherwise readily available, or to elucidate matters of complexity within the committee's order of reference, to communicate with other committees on matters of common interest, and to meet concurrently with any other committee for the purpose of deliberating, taking evidence, or considering draft reports. Mr. President, these powers are not ornamental. They are grounded in the Constitution. They are framed by our standing orders. They impose obligations on members to respect confidentiality, to avoid unauthorized disclosure, and to conduct themselves with impartiality. As Erskine May reminds us, committees are extensions of the House itself. To obstruct or to impede their work is to commit contempt of Parliament. This is why the matter before us today is so grave. It is not about personalities. It is about principles. It is about whether we, as senators, will uphold the dignity of this institution or allow it to be eroded by misconduct. In 2025, the PWC embarked on an inquiry into the state's acquisition of pharmaceuticals. Its objectives were clear: to assess procurement systems, to evaluate supply chain management, to examine foreign exchange allocation. At its sixth meeting on Monday, 9 March 2026, former Minister of Health, Mr. Terence Dialsing, was invited to submit a memorandum of evidence. That memorandum, submitted on Wednesday, the 8th, 2026, contained track changes made by a sitting member of the committee, Senator Janelle John Beats. Metadata confirmed her involvement. When confronted at the 8th meeting held in camera on Monday, 13th April 2026, she admitted advising the witness. Mr. President, this is not a minor lapse. It is a fundamental breach
Where is that coming from? May I I think you'll have to just exit the chamber, correct that problem, and return. Honorable Senator, Honorable Minister, continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I was saying, Mr. President, this is not a minor lapse. It is a fundamental breach. A member of a committee cannot sit, cannot assist a witness in shaping evidence to be presented to that committee. It is a conflict of interest. It blurs the line between adjudicator and advocate. It undermines impartiality. Worse still, but separate and apart. On Wednesday, 15 April 2026, the in-camera proceedings of the committee were leaked to the public. This contravenes Standing Orders 113 and 103 of the House of Representatives and the Senate, respectively. The committee was forced to convene an emergency meeting on Thursday, 16 April 2026. Senator John Bates herself, via correspondence, requested particulars of the alleged breach. It should be noted that the committee in the special report committed to continue its investigation into the leak of the confidential information to the public. Ultimately, Senator John Bates was removed from the committee by the leader of opposition business in the Senate, Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown. But the damage was done. The committee concluded that her conduct could be described as a conspiracy to commit contempt of Parliament. Why this matters? Mr. President, why does this matter? Because trust is fragile. Because perception can be damaging as reality. Because justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. When a member assists a witness, when proceedings are leaked, when impartiality is compromised, the public loses confidence. The inquiry itself is tainted. The work of the committee is undermined. As Scripture admonishes us, shun the very appearance of evil. As Lord Hewitt declared in 1924 again, justice must not only be done, but must also be seen to be done. These principles are timeless. They remind us that integrity is not negotiable. It is the bedrock of parliamentary life. The committee has recommended that consideration be given to the conduct of Senator John Bates. This is a measured recommendation. It does not preempt the Senate. It places the matter before us as guardians of parliamentary privilege to determine the appropriate course of action. In considering this report, we must be guided by 4 principles. The committee must operate free from interference. Members must avoid conflicts of interest. The dignity of the Parliament must be protected, and due process must be afforded to all members. Mr. President, we took our oath of allegiance. When we took our oath of allegiance, we swore to bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, to uphold the Constitution and the law, and to discharge our responsibilities conscientiously and impartially. These are not empty words. They are promises to God, to this House, and to the people. They are the foundation of public trust. This motion is not about Senator John Bates alone. It is about reaffirming our oath. It is about demonstrating to the people that we will not tolerate breaches of integrity. It is about preserving the sanctity of our committees. Mr. President, let us be clear. If the integrity of a watchdog committee is compromised, who will guard the guard? If members collude with witnesses, if proceedings are leaked, if impartiality is abandoned, then oversight itself collapses. Indeed. The executive goes unchecked. The people are betrayed. This is why we must act, not vindictively, not politically, but principally. We must send a message that misconduct will not be tolerated. We must protect the credibility of our committees. We must preserve public trust. Mr. President, while the report identifies Senator John Bates as the member directly involved, the documentary evidence appended to that report reveals that the matter does not end there. It squarely and unavoidably implicates Senator the Honorable Faris Alwari, Senior Counsel. Mr. President, the facts are not speculative. They are contained within the 4 corners of the committee's own report. A memorandum of evidence submitted by the former Minister Terence Diazing, a witness intended to appear before the committee, was found to contain track changes. Those track changes were authored not only by Senator John Bates, but also Senator Faris Alwari, SC. The edits are visible They are recorded. They are undeniable. They show Senator John Bates making material changes to the memorandum. They also show Senator Alwari revise it, edit it, and in some instances, overwriting those very changes. Mr. President, what does that mean? It means first that Senator Alwari knew that Senator John Bates, who sat on the committee, had participated in the preparation of evidence intended to come before that said committee. It means, second, that Senator Alwari himself participated in shaping that evidence. And it means, third, that both of these actions occurred in relation to a witness who was to appear before the committee, thereby engaging directly with the committee's proceedings. Mr. President, this is not a trivial matter. This surely is not an oversight. This is not a technical breach. This strikes at the core of parliamentary oversight. Committees of this parliament are required to operate with independence, objectivity, and fairness. Members must not only be impartial, but they must be seen to be impartial. A member cannot assist in preparing a witness's evidence and then sit in judgment upon that evidence. That principle is elementary. It is fundamental, and it is beyond dispute. Yet, Mr. President, the involvement does not stop with Senator John Bates. Senator Alwari, a senior counsel of this jurisdiction, participated in editing the same memorandum, fully aware, or at the very least, we ought reasonably to have been aware of Senator John Bates' role as a member of that committee. In those circumstances, his participation cannot be viewed as innocent or detached. It forms part of a sequence of coordinated actions which resulted in evidence being created, shaped, and presented to a parliamentary committee under circumstances that compromise its integrity. Mr. President, authoritative guidance on this issue is clear. Erskine May, the leading authority on parliamentary law and practice, states, at paragraph 15.6 of the 25th edition, conspiracy to deceive either House or any committee constitute a contempt. Mr. President, when one considers the involvement of Senator John Bates in preparing the evidence, the involvement of Senator Faris Alwari in editing and refining that same evidence, and the intended presentation of that evidence before a committee of which Senator John Bates was a member, the conclusion is inescapable. There was a coordinated course of conduct which had the effect and on the face of it, the intention of deceiving the committee. Senator Alwari was not a bystander to that conduct. He was a participant in it. And more troubling still, Mr. President, despite the exposure of these facts in a formal report laid before the Senate, Senator Alwari has not sought to distance himself from this conduct, nor has he provided any explanation to this honorable chamber. Just one sec. That's my last page. Right. Mr. President, honorable senators, this motion is about principles, not personalities. It is about reaffirming the rules of this Senate, grounded in our standing orders, informed by our Constitution, and guided by parliamentary authorities. It is about ensuring that our oath is honored, that our committees are respected, and that our people's trust is preserved. I, therefore, commend this special report to this honorable Senate and respectfully move that it be adopted. I thank you, Mr. President, and I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is, be it resolved that the Senate adopt the special report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, First Session, 13th Parliament, on the conduct of a member. Anyone? Senator Anthony Vieira? Or Senator Malinas?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise this morning to contribute on a matter that goes to the very core of parliamentary integrity, institutional credibility, and the proper functioning of our oversight committees. The special report now before this Honourable Senate concerns the conduct of a member of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, the PAAC, arising out of that committee's ongoing inquiry into the state's procurement of pharmaceuticals. Mr. President, I agree that this is not an ordinary matter. It is a technical breach not to be glossed over. It is a matter that touches directly on the duty of impartiality, the sanctity of committee proceedings, and the confidence the public places in this Parliament. And it requires of us not reaction, not rhetoric, but clarity, discipline, and adherence to the principles that guide our collective behavior in this honourable chamber. And I approach it not from any political vantage point, but from a commitment to this institution. Mr. President, let us begin with the facts as outlined in the special report. A written memorandum of evidence submitted by a prospective witness to the committee contained track changes and metadata indicated input from a sitting member of that said committee. Further, the member admitted to having made material changes and assisting in the preparation of the evidence. That is not speculation. This is not inference. It is admitted conduct. That conduct must be understood in context. The committee was engaged in an inquiry, the witness was expected to reappear, and the member in question was part of the body tasked with examining that witness, and so the issue arises. Can a sitting member of a committee assist a witness in preparing evidence for that very committee? Mr. President, the answer must be unequivocally no. Because once that line is crossed, the member is no longer a neutral examiner serving the public interest. The member becomes entangled in the very evidence the committee must assess. The principle here, Mr. President, is not abstract, it is foundational. The handbook guiding the work of the PAAC makes it clear that the work of the committee must be conducted in a non-partisan manner, with fairness to witnesses and with full regard for transparency and accountability. But impartiality is not only about how we treat witnesses, it is also about how we position ourselves in relation to them. A member ought not to advise a witness, ought not to assist in shaping evidence, and a member ought not then sit to receive and assess that evidence. That is not impartiality, that is conflict. And even more importantly is the appearance, the perception of bias, which in parliamentary practice can be as damaging as bias itself. Members ought not to act in a manner that interferes with evidence, that compromises impartiality, or undermines the integrity of committee proceedings. Based on the facts before us, that threshold has been crossed. Mr. President, the special report also, interestingly and worryingly, raises concerns regarding the disclosure or leaking of in-camera proceedings. Standing Order 103 is explicit. It exists to protect the confidentiality of committee proceedings and the integrity of the evidentiary process. These safeguards are not procedural niceties, they are essential protections. And when those protections are breached or even perceived to be breached, the process is questioned, the evidence is tainted, and public trust is eroded. Permit me to say this, Mr. President, with the greatest respect. While there may be political dimensions at play, we must be clear about one principle. In camera must mean something, and it must mean something in all instances. It cannot be conditional, it cannot be selective, and it cannot depend on convenience, because once confidentiality is compromised, whether by action or perception, the integrity of the entire process is at risk. Mr. President, having addressed the facts and some of the rules, let me turn briefly to the question of ethics. The issue before us is, at its core, an issue of ethics, understood in its fullest sense. It is not only about the conduct of the member, serious as it is also about the obligation placed on all of us to safeguard the processes within which we operate. That includes the duty of impartiality, the duty of confidentiality, and the duty to ensure that our actions do not undermine the institutions we serve, because ethics cannot be applied selectively. They must be upheld consistently by members, by committees, and by this Parliament as a whole. Those standards must apply evenly, not selectively, not conveniently, but consistently. Because without that shared commitment, we do not simply weaken a committee, we weaken the institution itself. Mr. President, there may be those who ask why the committee is reporting at this stage, and the answer lies within our standing orders. A committee is empowered to report from time to time where circumstances require it, particularly where the integrity of proceedings may be compromised, and here we are. This is precisely such a circumstance. No conclusions have been drawn, but something equally important has been done. A matter of institutional concern has been brought before this Parliament. This is not premature. In fact, it is responsible. Mr. President, we are not without guidance. The Honourable Minister, Senator Batiste, referenced Erskine May parliamentary practice, in which it is clearly stated that any act which obstructs or impedes a committee in the performance of its functions may constitute a contempt of Parliament. This includes interference with witnesses, collusion in the preparation of evidence, or any conduct that undermines the fairness and integrity of committee proceedings. Committees are not separate from Parliament. They are extensions of it. And therefore, to compromise a committee is to compromise the Senate itself. Mr. President, it is critical that we proceed correctly. This is not a matter for political judgment. It is an opportunity for us to reaffirm process and institutional discipline. Standing Order 30 provides the appropriate mechanism with the possibility of referral to the Committee of Privileges. This ensures independence, impartiality, and procedural fairness. And importantly, it preserves the distinction between the committee's role to investigate and the Senate's role to adjudicate. Mr. President, let me end with this reflection. The strength of any parliament is not measured only by the laws it passes, but by the standards it enforces upon itself. Committees such as the PAAC play a critical role, but their effectiveness rests on three pillars: impartiality, integrity, and public confidence. Where any of these is called into question, we are duty-bound to act. But let me also say this, Mr. President. In addressing matters of this nature, we must guard against the instinct to rush to judgment. None of us is infallible. And while the conduct before us is serious, our response must remain grounded in fairness, due process, and proportionality. Because this should not be about pelting political stones. It should be about upholding standards. Mr. President, this is governance at the highest level. This is where the standard must be set for our country. And that standard must be anchored in rules that apply equally, irrespective of personal relationships or political alignment. Mr. President, permit me another brief reflection. We often speak, and rightly so, of the sanctity of this Parliament, the weight of the responsibility we carry, and the hallowed nature of these chambers. But we must also acknowledge that this is not a perfect space. It is not always kumbaya, and this is not the land of milk and honey. And yes, at times we, the royal we, sometimes stray from the spirit of the oath that we have taken. That is not said in condemnation, but in recognition. And in that same spirit, Mr. President, we must be careful not to rush to pelt stones. Because if we are honest, some of us are not dealing with specks, but we are dealing with beams. And that calls for humility as much as it calls for accountability, Mr. President. Because if we are to preserve the integrity of this institution, we must be honest about the gap between the standards we proclaim and the practices that we, the royal we, sometimes fall into. In that regard, it is not for us to speculate as to motive or to influence. Those are matters for due process, as stated by Senator the Honourable Leroy Batiste. Due process should be allowed to flow. Our role is more fundamental, to ensure that the integrity of this Parliament is preserved and that its processes are allowed to function as they should. Not hastily, not emotionally, but firmly, fairly, and within the rules that govern us. This special report is not the conclusion, it is a necessary step. Because this is not about one member, it is about one standard, and if that standard is allowed to bend, public confidence will break. Mr. President, integrity is not situational. If we don't uphold it consistently, we do not merely weaken a process, but we weaken the Parliament itself. Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to make this contribution.
Senator Anthony Vieira, SC.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're being asked to adopt the special report on the conduct of a member. I approach this matter with a great deal of care and with a deep appreciation for the importance of the committee system of this Parliament. Committees perform one of the most vital functions within our parliamentary architecture. They are the principal instruments through which Parliament exercises oversight, gathers evidence, and subjects matters of public administration to scrutiny. The committee system of Parliament is one of the most important mechanisms through which this Parliament exercises oversight of the executive and safeguards the public interest. It is therefore essential that the work of committees be conducted with the highest standards of fairness, impartiality, and procedural integrity. And I think we have all agreed on that, all the speakers thus far. For that reason, the integrity of the committee process is of the utmost importance. The credibility of our committees depend not only on the substance of their work, but also on the fairness of the procedures through which that work is carried out. Now, Mr. President, while there may be several aspects of this motion that bear attention, I believe that the issue before us today is not simply the conduct of an individual member. It is about the integrity of parliamentary process, and I'm going to come back to this theme over and over. Process matters. So let me be clear at the outset. As I see it, the issue before this Senate is not whether concerns have been raised regarding the conduct of a member. Clearly, concerns have been raised. Nor is the issue before us to determine the guilt or innocence of any member. But we cannot exchange justice for convenience. For me, at this juncture, the question before us is a narrower but equally important one. Whether the process through which this report has come to us satisfies the basic requirements of procedural fairness and natural justice that we expect of parliamentary bodies. This cannot be answered in the abstract. Mr. President, the report records that the member concerned requested particulars of the alleged breaches and the standing orders said to have been violated. The report also records that the member was given until the 20th of April to provide a response. I quote at paragraph 4.5 of the minutes of the committee dated 13th April 2026, and it reads, "The committee then agreed that Ms. John Bates be allowed to seek advice, explore her options, and provide a response to the committee by Monday, April 20, 2026, end of quote. However, the report before us is dated the 17th of April. In other words, the report appears to have been finalized 3 days before the expiry of the very deadline that had been provided for the member to respond. That sequence of events inevitably raises an important question. If a member is given time to respond, how can the process be concluded before that time has elapsed? One of the most fundamental principles of natural justice is that a person must be given a fair opportunity to answer the case against them before conclusions are reached that may affect their standing or reputation. And that principle is deeply embedded in the common law and reflected in long-standing authorities such as Ridge and Baldwin, Lloyd and McMahon, which emphasize that fairness requires that a person know the case against them and be afforded a genuine opportunity to respond before adverse decisions are made. Mr. President, at the end of the day, the right to be heard and understood is the very cornerstone of justice. My difficulty with the report is compounded with another inconsistency. That is to say, there is a second difficulty which arises from the text of the report itself. The report says, no findings or conclusions have been presented. Yet in the same breath, it refers to conduct that can be described as a conspiracy to commit contempt of Parliament. Now, those are extremely serious words. But if no findings have been made, then on what basis are such characterizations introduced? Allegations of contempt of Parliament are not matters to be lightly invoked. Indeed, allegations of contempt are among the most serious matters that can arise within parliamentary proceedings. Parliamentary practice, as reflected in Erskine May, emphasizes that allegations of this nature must be carefully particularized and supported by clear evidence. Yet the report itself indicates that the factual matrix need not be reported in detail. Mr. President, it is difficult to reconcile the use of such serious language with the absence of detailed particularization. That approach risks creating the appearance of condemnation without full explanation. There is also another matter that warrants attention. The report acknowledges that confidential in-camera proceedings of the committee appear to have been disclosed publicly. That's an extremely serious issue. The confidentiality of in-camera proceedings is a cornerstone of the committee system. It is essential to the functioning of committees. Yet the report makes no findings regarding that breach. It does not make any findings regarding the source of that disclosure, and it outlines no process to determine responsibility. That is to say, it fails to outline a process through which the matter is to be investigated. It is difficult to avoid the impression that one issue has been pursued with vigor, while another equally serious matter has received comparatively limited scrutiny. Mr. President, the committee's system must always strive to uphold two essential principles: fairness and proportionality. Where concerns arise regarding a member's participation in a particular inquiry, the usual and proportionate approach has been to address that participation within the context of the committee itself. Indeed, Parliament precedent reflects precisely that approach. What should be avoided is the perception that conclusions have been reached before members had a proper opportunity to respond. We are duty-bound. That's what the Honourable Minister said. We are duty-bound to ensure independence, objectivity, and fairness. So I therefore suggest that this House should approach this report with careful consideration. Senator Atz was right, and I adopt her words. It's critical that we proceed carefully. The issue is not whether questions have arisen. Clearly they have. The issue is whether the process adopted has met the standards of procedural fairness and natural justice that we expect of parliamentary bodies. If our committee system is to command public confidence, its processes must not only be fair, and again, every speaker has said this, they must also be seen to be fair. And that principle should guide our deliberations on this motion. Now, Mr. President, none of these observations are made in order to criticize the work of the committee. Committees operate under very difficult circumstances and often deal with very difficult issues. However, where questions arise regarding procedural fairness, it is the responsibility of this Senate to ensure that the process of Parliament remains fair, balanced, and credible. The Senate should not lightly adopt a report where there are reasonable concerns that the process through which the report was produced may not have afforded the member a full and fair opportunity to respond. In those circumstances, the appropriate course is neither to condemn nor to exonerate any individual. The appropriate course is to ensure that the process is completed properly. So I urge caution. The Senate has the authority, where necessary, to refer a report back to a committee for further consideration where clarification or procedural fairness requires it. In my respectful view, that is the balanced and institutionally responsible course open to us today. Such a step would not undermine the committee. On the contrary, it would allow the committee to complete its work in a manner that is beyond reproach. It would ensure that the member concerned is provided with clear particulars of the alleged breaches, that the relevant standing orders are identified, and that the member is afforded a meaningful opportunity to respond before conclusions are presented to Parliament. Mr. President, I agree with the Honourable Minister that with a matter so grave, it's not about personalities, it's about principle. And I would also add, it's about process. It is unnecessary for those reasons, Mr. President, it is unnecessary to labor this point on the facts. As such, I propose an amendment to the motion before the Senate. This amendment does not seek to shield anyone from scrutiny. It simply ensures that scrutiny is conducted fairly. As we have heard, justice must not only be done, but must be seen as being done. And in a Parliament committed to the rule of law, fairness of process must always be our starting point. As I said earlier, the issue before us is not personalities, it is process. The Honourable Minister said it right. Due process must be afforded to all members. as an expert in industrial relations, law, and practice, the mover of the motion well knows that an employer may fire a worker for all the right reasons. But if you set about doing it wrong, that can be reversed, right? Process matters. When process is compromised, the proper response of Parliament is not endorsement, but correction. I will end with the same words that the mover of the motion ended with. Let us be clear. If the integrity of a watchdog committee is compromised, who will guard the gods? Due process must be afforded to all members. Thank you.
Before I call on the next speaker, are you moving an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that the motion be amended by deleting the resolution and submitting the following new resolution. Be it resolved that the Senate defer adoption of the special report and refer the report back to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee for reconsideration in order to ensure compliance with the principles of procedural fairness and natural justice, including providing the member concerned with clear particulars of the alleged breaches and the standing order said to have been violated, and affording the member a reasonable opportunity to respond before any conclusions or recommendations are reported to Parliament.
Do you have a seconder for that motion?
Mr. President, I beg to second the motion to amend.
Okay. Honorable Senators, I've studied that amendment because it is before us. And in accordance with Standing Order 40, subsection 3, I deem this amendment inadmissible. I would now like to take the opportunity, honorable senators, and I call upon you to join me in warmly welcoming the grade 5 students from the International School of Port of Spain who are visiting us at today's sitting of the Senate. We trust your visit deepens your understanding of parliamentary democracy and public service. Let us welcome Mr. Who is next? Anyone on the opposition bench is speaking? Or do I now go back to the independent? I recognize Senator Simon de la Bastide, SC.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I shall be, thank you for recognizing me, and I shall be quite brief because I won't repeat a lot of what the other senators may have said about the importance of committees, the importance of the principles of integrity, not only with respect to not assisting witnesses, but also with respect to keeping in-camera proceedings confidential. Mr. President, the motion calls on the Senate to adopt the special report of the PAAC on the conduct of a member. The member is Senator Janelle John Bates. Now, in the course of my contribution, I will not be commenting or stating any views on the conduct of the senator or on the facts as alleged, well, on the conduct of the senator. I'll leave it at that. Instead, I'll begin with the recommendation of the committee as stated at paragraph 20 of the special report, which is that the House of Representatives and the Senate give consideration to such conduct as set out in the report. This is the only recommendation made in the special report, Mr. President. In proposing that the Senate adopt the special report, it necessarily proposes that we accept that recommendation. In that regard, the issue is whether the Senate should consider the report or ignore the report and continue on its usual business. That is the narrow issue with respect to the recommendation that it makes. Whether it should consider the conduct of the senator or simply as alleged in the report, or simply ignore those allegations. But the motion, to the extent that it asks the Senate to approve the special committee's recommendation, does not ask the Senate to approve any specific mechanism by which that consideration is to be undertaken. And so even if the Senate approves that recommendation to consider the alleged conduct, the Senate must still determine the manner in which it is to do so. Perhaps it may do so by the way of another resolution commenting on the conduct, or perhaps it will take the form of a referral to the Privileges Committee. I do not have an issue with the proposal that the Senate consider the conduct of the senator with respect to her participation in the PWAC and in the context of the allegations made in the special report. I heard with interest and I note Senator Vera's criticism of the report of the committee that time was not given to the Senator John Bates to respond with respect to give her side of the story, as it were, her side of the case, and to set out what standing orders may have been breached and so forth. But I question whether it is a role, and I take another point with respect to Senator Vera's, something he said in his contribution. He said that the accusation had been made that Senator John Bates had conspired to commit a contempt of Parliament. I don't think that is what the report said. I think the report said that it had a concern that that may have happened, and I think it had a concern with respect to apparent bias and a concern with respect to interference. And when it said interference, I think it meant interference with witnesses. So I believe these were concerns that were expressed. To be fair to the committee, how I read the report, I think it is accurate when they said they did not arrive at any conclusion with respect to those matters. And while I accept that it would have been better for the committee to honor its deadline of the 20th of April, I believe, for Senator John Bates to respond, I query, and I'm new to this Parliament, but I query whether it is a role of the committee to start to get into an investigation of whether there was a contempt of Parliament, or to get into an investigation of the facts that may be relevant to that issue. I think that I'm subject to correction. I think that would be the role of perhaps a Privileges Committee. And I don't think it helps to have one committee performing that role, and then you hand over to another committee to perform the same role, and you may have a conflict of conclusions in that regard. So I think that I accept that having given that deadline to Senator John Bates, it should have been honored. But I question whether, okay, it wasn't honored. But I think that the role of the committee is to say, if on the facts before it there is a concern of a conspiracy to commit a contempt of Parliament and so forth, that it send it to the Senate or to the House as appropriate for their consideration and for them to take the next steps. So while I don't think I would, while I accept there was an error perhaps made in not honoring that deadline, I don't know whether it assists in sending it back for them to now carry on that investigation, when that investigation maybe have to be repeated by a privileges committee. I think it is the better course of action is for this House to consider, or for senators to consider, what they wish to do. Do they wish to refer it to, undertake the process referring it to a privileges committee and let them carry on whatever investigation it is, or not, or adopt some other process? I personally don't think that in a round, I don't think it assists to send it back. And so that's my position on that. Again, I'm new to the Parliament, but I struggled and with the wording of where the resolution says that proposes that we adopt the report. While I have no problem in adopting the recommendation of the report, there are lots of things that are said in the report that I am not in a position to adopt. So there are lots of factual matters which are stated as established in the contributions by senators in this session, but I have not heard from Senator John Bates. And so the factual matters as to that she would have materially changed things in a witness statement or in a draft, all of that, while it's stated as a given, I don't think I am in a position to accept that because I have not heard from her. I just have a report. Now, the report does not have her response. I accept the criticism that perhaps because it didn't wait for the deadline. But it's not for me to come to any conclusions with respect to that. I think it would be more appropriate for the Privileges Committee to be established and for that committee to determine what are the facts. Are the facts as they have been stated here today? And then there may be other facts which we aren't aware of that may deepen the concern about some conspiracy to commit a contempt of Parliament, or they may introduce some doubt as to whether that, I'll call it, offense has been actually committed. And so, there are statements made by the report that the presence of Senator John Bates would create such a degree of discomfort in members of the Parliament that it would affect how they work. I'm not in a position at this point to adopt that statement. Though I think the statement was it could affect members of Parliament in that way. I certainly am not in a position to adopt that position. I don't know. I don't know whether the concern that there is well, I'm not in a position to conclude at this point that there's a concern that there was a conspiracy to commit a contempt of Parliament, that is a valid concern or not a valid concern. So I don't think I can adopt the report in that sense, albeit that I can adopt the recommendation in the report. And so I was a bit uncertain as to whether, when we say adopt in the context, in this context, whether we are saying we approve the report, we adopt the report as ours, as the Senate's report. I would not be able to adopt the report in that sense, but certainly I would be able to adopt the only recommendation as I see it. In that sense. So, what I would say is about concerns is I have a concern that the committee is concerned, but I'm not in a position to say I adopt their position, because I don't feel that I'm in a position to do so. Again, that may be something for a privileged committee to do. And so with those few words, I thank you, Mr. President, for my opportunity to contribute.
Senator Foster Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the matter before us is one that I'm sure the national community is paying close attention to, and one that we need to treat with very seriously. I know that in matters like these, there is a temptation to allow the politics to take root and to drive the considerations. And therefore, in my very short contribution today, I want to just caution us that we should hold to due process, to fairness, and not rush to making pronouncements on a matter on the face of it that has not been properly ventilated. Mr. President, this report coming from the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee has in the run-up some very strong language, but at the end of that, it gives the House a recommendation, the Senate a recommendation. But I will come back to that. Mr. President, something occurred at this committee, several things occurred at this committee, to the extent that it prompted a member of the committee to submit a minority report speaking to the function of the committee. So whilst we are looking at the conduct of a particular member, the minority report speaks to several inconsistencies that we should spend a minute or two on this morning. And one of those issues, which was also raised by the mover of the motion, is the in-camera breach. Now, as members of the Senate, many of us serve on committees of the Parliament, and we know that before we move to interrogate members of the public as we conduct our business, we have in-camera meetings. Meetings where we discuss process, how we are going to approach this, and those meetings do not have the benefit of members of the public participating in the meeting. A lot of what I learned about this situation, Mr. President, unfortunately, I learned from the media as a member of the Senate. Reading articles written by journalists who must have spoken to someone on the committee, either member or staff, I do not know. But there was so much information out in the public space about in-camera discussions that it is a reason for us to be concerned. It is not simply a question of the behavior of a member. It strikes at the heart of the work that we do in the Parliament. And therefore, when the committee asks us to adopt this report, my colleague spoke about it earlier, but there are several things in this report that I will have great difficulty in us saying that we adopt. Let me point to some of them. Come back to the in-camera point later on, Chairman, President. At paragraph 15, the necessity to report at this stage arose because of a concern that a sitting member of the committee compromised the duty of impartiality, and further that the sitting member participated in what can be fairly described as a conspiracy to commit contempt of Parliament. That's a serious matter, Mr. President. Contempt of Parliament. And while in the recommendations, the committee did not go further, the mere fact that it is stated like as this in the report, and then the Senate is being asked to adopt this report, we need to pause and consider whether and how and through what process the committee arrived at this position. And if the committee, further, there's another one, let me just, further in the report, Mr. President, the committee goes on to say, your committee is in the process of evidence taking, and therefore in this report, no findings nor conclusions have been presented. Having regard to the evidence before your committee, there is further work to be undertaken in relation to this inquiry. Further work to be undertaken by who? By the committee? The committee, further work, if the committee is still at the stage of evidence gathering, then, Mr. President, on what basis then did the committee rush to conclude this report by the 17th of April and didn't find it prudent to allow the member, the date that the committee itself set as a deadline for the member, to be heard? What was the urgency and the rush? And then in the report, it also mentions that the members of the Senate, speaking somehow for all of the members of the Senate, even before the report is considered, that somehow members of the Senate would feel uncomfortable. Well, I must say, Mr. President, I have been in the House for some time, and there are a lot of things that make me feel uncomfortable. There are some things that are said by some of my colleagues in the House that make me very uncomfortable. and I'm sure make members of the public very uncomfortable. If we are talking about behavior, there's behavior in the public space and in the parliament that makes a lot of persons very uncomfortable. But let me not spend too much of time on that. The process that we follow in arriving at what the committee where the committee would like us to arrive is critical and very important. And we cannot jump over the hoop and ignore due process and fairness and the right to be heard. In the report, as an appendix, I see that the member wrote to the committee making particular requests, and the letter is included in the report. But the committee did not go on to say whether it responded to the member's request, whether the request to outline what areas of the standing order that the member may have breached, whether a response was given to that. Instead, what we have is an urgency to make certain statements about the conduct of this particular member without the member being given the opportunity to respond to these statements. At 19, the committee tells us why it decided that a special report should be submitted. The committee was of the view, and this is the majority of the committee, that the conduct of the said member was of such an egregious nature that it necessitated a special report to the House and the Senate. I would really have liked if in the recommendation the committee would have given to the House its thoughts on how it arrived at these positions, outlined at several paragraphs in the report, and what, in fact, the committee expects the House to adopt, and how does the committee see us moving forward. And it's not spelled out. The committee did not make too much weather of the in-camera breaches, although it's mentioned in the report, or what the committee intended to pursue in relation to dealing with the matter of confidentiality breaches. Mr. President, I think it is Orwell, George Orwell, a book that I read many, many years ago, Animal Farm, who speaks to inequality and the fact that all animals, as he says in his book, are not born equal. But in the context of this discussion, some are more equal than others. It was a long time ago I read the book, so you'll forgive me if I don't quote him quite accurately. Right? All animals are born equal, but some are more equal than others. I would like to think that all members of this Senate are equal and should be treated equally. Today, we are discussing the conduct of a particular member Tomorrow, we might be discussing the conduct of other members. But notwithstanding who the member is, we have an obligation to make sure that we observe due process. Because for each member of this House participating in the debate of this motion, you would like to know that if you somehow were the subject of an accusation of any kind, that you would be given the opportunity to give your side of the story. And what is curious in the report is that after all the statements are made about the conduct of the member, there's a part of the report that actually says that the member admitted to something. It is framed in a way that spells out what the committee sees as several breaches, and then at the end says the member admitted to such conduct. Mr. President, well, I'm sitting next to the member is not here at the minute, and I do not have any evidence to suggest that the member admitted to the several statements made in this report. Mr. President, I started off by saying and that is an example of some of the kind of conduct that we are uncomfortable with in this House. It's a clear example of behavior unbecoming of a member of this House. Because it is very easy to allow the politics to get in front of process and procedure. And so, Mr. President, while we take note of the report, I want to point to some of the issues raised in the minority report. The author of the minority report is the member Camille Robinson-Regis, and several points are raised in this report. The undersigned is of the view that the issues arising cannot be fairly assessed in isolation from the broader conduct, tone, and procedural approach of the committee itself. Further, in the minority report, the author goes on to say that the minority finds it necessary to state that the repeated disclosure of detailed in-camera proceedings in a manner strongly suggestive of communication from members within the committee itself, Mr. President, coupled with the undue haste in the escalation of this matter, represents a troubling and disquieting aspect of the committee's conduct. This pattern undermines confidence in the integrity of the committee's processes and raises serious concern as to whether proper standards have been maintained. Further, the author then goes on to speak about the issue of confidentiality, which I spoke of earlier and which other members raised, and underscores that the in-camera proceedings is a cornerstone of the committee system, and any breach strikes directly at the integrity of parliamentary processes. Mr. President, we need to take note of some of the points raised in this report. No findings are made. No process is outlined for determining responsibility, and no meaningful steps identified to address or contain the breach. The breach of the breach of the confidentiality is what the author is referring to. Mr. President, additionally, the author goes on to say, any member facing allegations is entitled as a matter of natural justice to be informed of the case against them with sufficient clarity to respond. A meaningful engagement with the request for clarity and providing the member with the opportunity to respond. This minority report by a member of the committee goes on at paragraph 7 to speak about a clear and troubling erosion of parliamentary standards within this committee. In particular, the introduction of material into the committee by a member in circumstances that plainly blurred the line between evidence and advocacy, which was not only permitted but relied upon. Mr. President, more concerningly, that material, according to the author, was treated by the chair as a proper evidential basis for questioning and deliberation without any apparent regard for the procedural impropriety inherent in its introduction. And as you come to the end of the report, the author lists several issues. The author suggests that there is a discernible breakdown in parliamentary standards within this committee under its present leadership, reflected in the following ways: the introduction of material by members in a manner that blurred the distinction between evidence and advocacy, the acceptance and reliance upon material by the chair without regard to proper procedure, the conduct of questioning on the basis of that material as though it were properly admitted evidence, an increasingly adversarial and partisan tone in the committee's proceedings, the public disclosure of the committee's work, which appears to have been made by a member of the committee with direct knowledge of its proceedings and direction, and a general departure from principles of objectivity, fairness, and procedural discipline. Mr. President, my contribution here today is not to speak to whether right or wrong has occurred by any member of this committee, but to draw to the attention of the Senate that we should take pause in rushing to any conclusions without the matter being properly ventilated, the matters that have been raised, and without the parties involved, in particular the subject of this particular motion, having the opportunity to be heard based on the matters raised in the committee. I want to thank those senators who have contributed before me, emphasizing the role of this Senate, emphasizing the question of due process, emphasizing fairness, emphasizing the responsibility of the Senate in the conduct of its work. And so, Mr. President, I want to say to Senator John Bates, who at the beginning of this proceedings made a statement to us about how she viewed her role in the Parliament, and went on further to state, by her own words, that if she had caused any disquiet and issues, she offered an apology. And in addition, she advised us that she had offered her resignation to the leader of the opposition. That is responsible action, Mr. President. That is decent action by any member who has offered themselves to serve in this Senate, or in fact in this Parliament. And in winding down, I would just like to repeat that we need to pay close attention to process and to fairness, because the country, the citizens are looking at us in terms of our procedures and our conduct. I thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Senators, in accordance with Standing Order 30, leave has been granted for two matters of privilege to be raised. I now call on Senator the Honorable David Nackett.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Mr. President, of every task that I've had in this Honorable Senate, this indeed is the most unpleasant, because across from me sits my sister, my mother, my daughter. But I rise because we must do what we must as the highest court in the land. Although process matters, as we've heard ad infinitum, so does truth. So does truth. Having said that, Mr. President, I hereby seek your leave, in accordance with Standing Order 32, to raise a matter directly concerning the privileges of the Senate. I refer to the special report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, hereby after the committee, dated 17th April 2026, and which was laid in the Senate on 21st April 2026. In that report, the committee noted that it became necessary to report to the Parliament because of a concern that had arisen in the course of its proceedings, namely, 1, that a sitting member of the committee compromised the duty of impartiality, and that 2, the said sitting member participated in what can be fairly described as a conspiracy to commit contempt of Parliament. The sitting member of the committee in question is Senator Janelle John Bates. The report at paragraph 9 noted that at the committee's 8th meeting held on 13th April 2026, the chairman of the committee raised concerns of apparent bias and interference. Instead of providing an explanation, Senator John Bates, in her said letter, sought further particulars of the allegations, made against her in a scenario where it is patently obvious that as a sitting member of the committee, she ought to have recused herself at the first available opportunity once she became involved in assisting and advising Mr. Terence Dialsing with his memorandum of evidence. As an attorney of law, at law by profession, Senator John Bates knew or ought to have known of her duty to disclose her conflict of interest. The minutes of the committee's meeting of 13 April 2026 show that Mrs. John Bates sat as a member of the committee when before it was a memorandum of evidence which she had assisted in drafting and advised upon. The minutes of that meeting also show that she never disclosed this involvement, never, and was the chairman of the committee who raised concerns well after the commencement of the sitting. Senator John Bates has never proffered any explanation to the committee for a failure to disclose her interests, despite being given opportunities to do so when her involvement was revealed at the committee's meeting of 13th April 2026, and again when she wrote the committee on 15th April 2026. Mr. President, the inescapable conclusion on the face of the material in the committee's report is that Senator John Bates would have continued to sit as a member of the committee to treat with the very evidence of Mr. Dialsing, which she herself curated, had it not been for the chairman's intervention. It is also obvious that Mr. Terence Dialsing knew of Senator John Bates' membership on the committee when he submitted his memorandum of evidence. Most disconcertingly, it is similarly obvious that Senator Faris Al-Rawi, who also edited that memorandum and whose name appears prominently and frequently in that document, knew that Senator John Bates was a member of the committee. He not only participated in the scheme, but to date, he has never publicly distanced himself from the impropriety of Senator John Bates' conduct. These concerns were raised having regard to a revelation that a written memorandum of evidence submitted by email to the committee by the former Minister of Health, Mr. Terence Dialsing, included track changes, which were authored by Senator Janelle John Bates. The memorandum of evidence received from Mr. Terence Dialsing is appended to the committee's report at Appendix 3, where Senator John Bates' track changes appear in purple at pages 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43 of the report. Moreover, at page 39 of that report, there is also a comment attributable to Senator John Bates, which appears by all accounts to be advice rendered to Mr. Dialsing in the following terms, and I quote, "Were you informed of this by Mrs. Cebu, another witness, during your tenure as Minister of Health, or due to a recent conversation with Mrs. Cebu? If you were not aware of this as Minister, I would be cautious of including it now." It is instructive that the committee's 8th meeting, when confronted with her involvement in editing Mr. Dialsing's memorandum and advising him thereon, Senator John Bates admitted, and I repeat, Senator John Bates admitted to making material changes thereto and assisting in the preparation of Mr. Dialsing's memorandum of evidence. Mr. Dialsing was to appear at a later date before the committee. At that sitting, the committee gave Senator John Bates an opportunity to seek advice, explore options, and provide a response to the committee by 20th of April 2026. By letter dated 15th April 2026, Senator John Bates wrote to the chairman of the committee complaining, inter alia, about disclosure of confidential in-camera proceedings of the committee and requesting particulars of any alleged breaches on her part and the particular standing orders that she may have breached. Mr. President, having regard to the sequence of events, and despite what has been advanced in the minority report of the committee, Senator Janelle John Bates was given sufficient opportunity to explain her conduct. She did not avail herself of that opportunity. Erskine May's Treaty on the Law, Privileges, Proceedings and Uses of Parliament, 25th edition, page 291 at 15.6 states, conspiracy to deceive either House or any committee constitutes a contempt. Based on the foregoing, therefore, Senator John Bates has engaged in a conspiracy with Mr. Terence Yalsing and Senator Faris Alwari to deceive the committee by her failure to disclose her involvement in the preparation of the memorandum of evidence by Mr. Terence Yalsing. As such, I submit that Senator John Bates has committed a contempt and a breach of privilege of the Senate. I ask you, Mr. President, that this matter be referred to the Privileged Committee of the Senate. I also have a second matter, Mr. President. I can proceed? Thank you very much for your indulgence. While that task was unpleasant, I read this one with some level of renewed vigor. Because here we have an SC, former Attorney General, with a resume as long as my arm, but not as impressive. Mr. President, I hereby seek your leave in accordance with Standing Order 32 to raise a matter directly concerning the privileges of the Senate. I refer once again to the special report of the Public Administration Appropriations Committee, hereby referred to as the committee, dated 17 April 2026, and which was laid in the Senate on 21st April 2026. In that report, the committee noted that it became necessary to report to the Parliament because of a concern that had arisen in the course of its proceedings, namely, 1, that a sitting member of the committee compromised the duty of impartiality, and 2, that the said sitting member participated in what can be fairly described as a conspiracy to commit contempt of Parliament. The sitting member of the committee in question was Senator Janelle John Bates. The report at paragraph 9 noted at the committee's 8th meeting held on 13 April 2026, the chairman of the committee raised concerns of apparent bias and interference. Those concerns were raised having regard to a revelation that a written memorandum of evidence submitted by email to the committee by the former Minister of Health, Mr. Terence Yalsing, including track changes which were authored by Senator Janelle John Bates. The memorandum of evidence received from Mr. Terence Yalsing is appended to the committee's report at Appendix 3, where Senator John Bates' track changes appear in purple at pages 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43 of the report. It is instructive that at the committee's 8th meeting, when confronted with her involvement in editing Mr. Yalsing's memorandum and advising him thereon, Senator John Bates admitted to making material changes thereto and assisting in the preparation of Mr. Yalsing's memorandum of evidence. Mr. Yalsing was scheduled to appear at a later date before the committee. The memorandum of evidence appended to the committee's report at Appendix 3 also shows numerous track changes in blue, authored by Senator Faris Alwari, SC, former Attorney General, including edits at pages 40, 41, 42, and 43, where he edits over the changes made by Senator John Bates. I repeat, where he edits over the changes made by Senator John Bates. It appears from those edits that Senator Al-Rari, SC, and former Attorney General, knew of the involvement of Senator John Bates in the preparation of the Memorandum of Evidence. It is also obvious that Mr. Terence Dialsing knew of Senator John Bates' membership on the committee when he submitted his Memorandum of Evidence. The inescapable conclusion on the face of the material in the committee's report is that Senator John Bates would have continued to sit as a member of the committee to treat with the very evidence of Mr. Dialsing, which she herself curated, had it not been for the chairman's intervention. Despite being given ample opportunity, Senator John Bates has never explained her conduct and her failure to disclose her interests. Senator Faris Al-Rari, SC, former Attorney General, who edited that memorandum and whose name appears prominently and frequently in that document, knew that Senator John Bates was a member of the committee. He not only participated in the scheme, but to date, he has never publicly distanced himself from the impropriety of Senator John Bates' conduct. Senator Al-Rari is a senior counsel and ought to have known that the continuing involvement of Senator John Bates in the proceedings of the committee was entirely improper. Again, I say, Erskine May's Treaty on the Law, Privileges, Proceedings, and Uses of Parliament, 25th edition, page 291 at 15.6 states, conspiracy to deceive either House or any committee constitutes a contempt. And not a segue, legal professional privilege, Mr. President, cannot be used as a shield to hide deceitful conduct. And I have here in my research, and I read
in what we have approved. Okay.
So based on the foregoing, therefore, Senator Faris Al-Rari SC has engaged in a conspiracy with Mr. Terence Dialsing and Senator Janelle John Bates to deceive the committee. As such, I submit that Senator Al-Rari SC has committed a contempt and a breach of privilege. And I would like to ask that Senator Faris Al-Rari SC be referred to the Privilege Committee of the Senate. I thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Senators, I reserve my decision on the both matters of privilege raised and will deliver my decision later. At this time, I think we should take an early lunch. This sitting is suspended until 1:05 p.m. Sitting is now suspended until 1:05 p.m. Honorable Senators, allow us to revert to an earlier matter.
Committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to present the following report as listed on the supplemental order paper in my name, to wit, the special report of the Joint Select Committee on National Security, First Session, 13th Parliament, on the concerns of the committee to the continued membership of a member.
Senator Dr. Desiree Murray.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. I rise to contribute very briefly to the debate on motion number 1 under committee business, which concerns the adoption of the special report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the conduct of a member of the committee regarding an inquiry into the state's acquisition of pharmaceuticals as it relates to the current processes applicable to its importation and approval. At the outset, I wish to state without equivocation that the alleged or admitted action taken by the member in question was, in my considered view, unethical. The conduct described in the special report falls below the standard of integrity that this honorable chamber and indeed the public rightly expect of those who are here to serve. And that position I hold firmly. However, and I say this with great care, I must be equally clear that the ethical dimension of the member's conduct is not the substance of the motion before us today. Motion number 1 does not ask this Senate to pass moral judgment on an individual. What it asks of us is something with far greater institutional consequence. It asks us to adopt the special report. And we must be careful not to conflate the two. I am relatively new to this Parliament, and I came to this chamber with a sincere desire to serve and to learn its traditions, its procedures, and the weight of the decisions are heavy. It is precisely because of the gravity and magnitude of this particular matter that I feel compelled, before arriving at a decision, to understand with absolute clarity what I am being asked to do. Specifically, what does it mean in this parliamentary context to adopt this special report? This is not a trivial or procedural question. The word adopt carries distinct and consequential meanings depending on the context in which it is used. And in parliamentary proceedings, the choice of language is never without significance. There are several definitions of the word adopt. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, adoption or adopt is defined as to take up or receive something and make it one's own, to formally accept or approve. In everyday language, to adopt a proposal or position is to embrace it, to own it, and to commit to acting in accordance with it. In parliamentary practice, to adopt a report typically means to formally agree to the report's contents, findings, and recommendations. Erskine May's parliamentary practice treats the adoption of a committee report as the legislature giving its formal endorsement to the report's conclusions. This is distinguished from merely receiving a report or noting a report. which implies acknowledgement without necessarily approving the substance of the report. So it's important to distinguish three expressions commonly used in parliamentary bodies. To note a report means to acknowledge its existence and take cognizance of its contents without committing to its findings or recommendations. To receive a report means to formally accept it before the Senate, typically as a precondition for further debate, but without necessarily endorsing its content. And to adopt a report is the most consequential and signals embracing the report, its findings, its conclusions, and by reasonable implication, its recommendations. The Senate, in adopting a report, lends its institutional authority to that report. In legal context, adoption carries binding implications. Black Law's dictionary defines adoption in the context of resolutions and reports as, and I quote, the act by which a legislative body formally approves and gives effect to a measure, resolution, or report, unquote. This reinforces the view that adoption is more than a passive acceptance. It is active endorsement with legal and institutional consequences. When the Senate adopts a special report of a committee, it is saying, in effect, we as the Senate stand behind this report. We agree with what it says. We endorse its findings. This is a profound institutional statement, and one that carries with it implications possibly for the courts, which may regard the matters addressed in this report. Mr. President, given this range of meanings and the very real legal and institutional consequences that flow from the definition, I respectfully request that the mover of the motion be absolutely clear about precisely what adoption means in the context of this special report. Does adopting this special report mean that we as the Senate are endorsing every finding contained within it? Does it bind the executive to act upon its recommendations? Does it create any legal or constitutional obligations? And does it preclude further proceedings against the member? These are not academic questions. They are questions of substance. I therefore call upon the Honorable Senator the Honorable Leroy Batiste, or the Leader of Government Business, or anyone else to provide this Senate with clarification of what the consequences of adoption will be and what exactly it means to adopt this report. Mr. President, I do not oppose the motion in principle. I have already stated my view on the member's conduct and that such conduct warrants serious institutional attention. However, the integrity of this Senate's response to that conduct depends not only on what we decide, but on how well we understand what we are deciding. I therefore rise to ensure that when the Senate speaks through motion number 1, it speaks with full knowledge, full understanding, and full awareness of the weight of the decisions made. This is not a partisan position, it is a principled one. I await the clarification I have sought. Mr. President, thank you for allowing me to contribute to this debate.
Any further speakers on the opposition bench? Anybody? Okay. Okay, the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Housing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. It's all right. I could talk first, last, middle, it don't matter. I want to stand first and say a powerful, united May Day, not only to my Labour colleague to my right, the Honourable Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprises, but to all Labour union leaders, all members of the Labour movement, and to all workers, especially our nurses. Happy May Day. And of course to you, Mr. President, not forgetting from whence you came. I just want to talk to Senator, the Honourable Foster Cummins, who today was not his usual self. His intensity and passion and conviction was of a lower ebb. Well, I'm talking through the president, so yes, through the president, yes, but about you. Yes. And I understand that because it's very hard to show commitment for that which you do not believe in too much. I must commend him, though, because all of the notes without track changes that were sent for him across the bench, ably assisted like a relay baton by Senator Dan Paul from Senator Al-Rawi. It looked like Senator Cummins, Mr. President, didn't use those notes. He stuck to his original text and his original research, which I must commend him for doing, because eventually somebody has to learn on that side not to take advice from Senator Al-Rawi. I want to first of all state Senator Cummins, excuse me, and Senator Vera, in the minutes, the Honorable Senator John Bates admitted, quite honestly, quite openly, in the minutes of the meeting. So some of the arguments that are being proffered are unnecessary. This is part of the process, and due process will take its course. And I'm certain that Animal Farm, George Orwell, never intended his book to be used in such a failed analogical manner as it was used today. I read it in 1984, but I am blessed with, from my father, with a pellucid memory. And Senator Vera, unfortunately for you, that means that while I listened to your contribution and you delivered it with such passion about process and natural justice and the opportunity to defend oneself, you must realize that I've served in this Senate with you going on 6 and a piece years right now. And there was one instance when I was put by the PNM before the Privileges Committee. And unfortunately, during that process, I suffered an asthma attack. And you, Senator Vera, put on the Hansard that I did not have asthma. I utilized that as an excuse to thwart the will of the committee when I was not given my opportunity to defend myself when creating a fictional series on Douglas politics about Planet Senator. So when you talk today so passionately, I have a problem, 6-7, the weighing principle today as opposed to 2 years ago. Unfortunately, Senator John Bates, it seems that the PNM cannot even apologize well. If you're going to apologize, apologize. Don't apologize for a distraction that may have occurred from your actions that you may or may not have done, and you offer a resignation to the leader of the opposition. I almost wanted to applaud, but then I have to say, if we are accepting responsibility, just fall on the sword, apologize, and move forward. Having said that, I commend you for having more testicular fortitude, more character than your senior colleague, senior counsel, Senator Al-Rawi. Because it is a sad day. Because I know what's the passion of serving your country and serving in politics. I love the banter and so on, and I love the battle with senior members. But to see a young, brilliant senator succumb to a system where 2 senior members should have guided you accordingly and failed to do so. And failed to do so while we may be on different teams. I empathize and commiserate with you, because it was incumbent upon them to say, no, young junior senator, understand the procedure and guide you in a different manner, rather than to take you down there, throw you under the bus, and hide like cowards now. If a judge in the High Court sits with a witness in a matter, discusses with that witness, advises that witness on what statement to be made against another person in an argument, that judge will not sit on the bench very long. That judge will be thrown out because it's just simply not on. We are in the Parliament, which is the highest court of the land. We sit here above the Privy Council. Whether you all realize it or not, we do. We sit here as the highest court in the land. Therefore, the principles that apply to those below us must apply to us, unfortunately. So, to whom much is given, much is expected. And we must also realize that the report, Senator Vera and Senator Cummings, the report that has been laid, the motion that has been laid, is part of an ongoing process. But the committee's work, the investigative work of the committee, was being thwarted by the issue at hand. So this would necessitate a rapid-fire response for the committee to lay a report, to move a motion for the Parliament, for the Senate, for the lower house to decide the way forward where due process will take its course in order to facilitate and necessitate the critical work of the Joint Select Committee ongoing, because to not do such would have ensured that that committee would have been thwarted. And that committee, out of all the committees, and I sit on a few, has been unearthing some serious critical matters of public import. So that is why the committee report was laid. That is why there may be time for others to put forward their defense and go through a process, natural justice, and so on. But at that point, the committee needs to function at a critical juncture, talking about billions of dollars of taxpayers' money, about process, about fairness, equity, monopoly, things that the population was really interested in. Even Senator Al-Rawi, who was a PNM Attorney General. Now, you see, I even say that and mention that term with a sort of reverence. Because if you believe in politics and you're in politics, the office of Attorney General is a very critical, important one. So it doesn't matter what I think of Senator Al-Rawi personally. He held the office of Attorney General. And therefore, these actions on his part are more painful, are more serious, are more unforgivable is not for me. Forgiveness, in the words of Denzel Washington in A Man on Fire, forgiveness is for the Lord. Denzel at that time was the one who would arrange the meeting. So forgiveness is not for me. That's for the population. But it is rather sad, and it is often forgotten, that Parliament is the highest court in the land. This is said to be so because Parliament is sovereign and can take, amend, or repeal any law it can. It can even legislate to override judge-made common law. This is the House of the people. And we swear an oath to represent the people to the best of our ability, without fear or favor, malice or ill will. No senator can take the seat without us going through the process of taking the oath, whether it's temporary senator, whether it's serving senator, independent senator. You must take your oath. And the oath said, and that was section 57 of the Constitution. But today, as I look at the PNM bench, I see that two senators operated with bias. Mr. President, I see malice towards other committee members. I see ill will. Today, all the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, I see egregious contempt of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. And that is a serious issue. It's not a happy day. It's not, as some say, time to jump on political bandwagon. It is a very critical day, and it's a red letter day, because if we do not act properly moving forward to ensure that this never happens again, even though some people have labeled it a mistake, others have suggested that it goes on all the time. I have been in this parliament in many different forms, and I have never seen anything like that before. But it can leave a stain on this parliament, these hallowed halls, and this high court that may never be removed. Like a Julie mango juice on a pristine white shirt in a hot, sunny day. Unless we act carefully, cogently. The business of the Parliament is therefore sacred and must at all times be conducted in accordance with the Constitution and the rule of law. The matter we are debating today is serious. 2 sitting senators, a former minister of government, have willfully and knowingly compromised the work of this Parliament. They have undermined the integrity and independence of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee. I literally hear the screams of former attorneys general, Ellis Clark, Carl Hudson Phillips, Selwyn Richardson, Keith Sobian. I can hear them screaming, Ramesh Lawrence Maraj, Anand Ram Logan, John Jeremy SC, before and now. Because this is a gentleman who held the office of Attorney General as Senior Counsel. And it is clear from this report and the evidence thus gathered, as well as the motions moved by Standing Order 30, that this former Attorney General saw a young parliamentarian erring, making an error, admittedly so, and did nothing to prevent it, to stop it, to thwart it, to advise against it. And that is the worrying part. Forget who he is, but the office that he held. He stood on a, swore on a Bible on the shoulders of great intellectuals who served this country, and has brought that office into great disrepute. Mr. President, what emerges from the undisputed facts in this matter is a political, PNM political horror, a horror story that even the greatest political fiction writer could never have imagined. Senator Bates was a sitting member of the PAC committee, which was tasked with ensuring transparency and accountability in the public interest. When we are appointed to sit on a subcommittee of the Parliament, we are meant to be acting in the public interest. Politics will always play its part. That's the adversarial position. But in essence, you are there to unearth the truth and act on behalf of those people who elected you, and in the Senate who allowed us to be selected by our leader who garnered the most votes. Sadly, what has transpired has compromised and breached the integrity, independence, and transparency of not only the PAC committee, but rather the entire Parliament. It must be remembered that this is a subcommittee of the Parliament. It is an important part of Parliament. This PAC is established by Standing Order 88-4. Huh? No, Anil not here today. Anil had to research and go very carefully. I'm glad the Honorable Senator noticed, because what he's alluding to is that I've actually written something here. Normally, I go off my brain and research and so on. But this is so critical, Senator Cummins, that we cannot make a mistake, that it has to be so pellucid, so clear, so determined, so specific, because it is so dastardly, so dangerous, so egregious, and it's not funny. And I take no pleasure in it. So yes, the Douglas has put aside the little political banter for now because of the nature of what is taking place. It is analogous to a quasi-judicial body with an inquisitorial role. In other words, ultimately, Mr. President, the committee sits to examine the evidence presented and make a judgment which is reflected in the report and its recommendations to the Parliament. One does not have to be a lawyer to know that a judge cannot assist a witness in preparing the witness statement. Even as parents, we know that if we have to adjudicate over two siblings in a matter, we don't help one over the other. We stay quiet, we listen to them present the case, and then we adjudicate. For us to show favoritism to one child over the next would simply be wrong. But it is what makes this worse is that these are learned attorneys at work. And attorneys must be held to even a higher standard than the rest of us. Because attorneys study, they learn, they understand, they advocate, they understand rules, procedure, evidence. Attorneys are the leaders. As we can see in politics across the globe, attorneys or studying law is nearly a prerequisite once you're getting into politics and political science. So to have two attorneys acting in this manner, along with a former senior minister of a cabinet, is rather sad. Senator Bates had to receive, as a member of the PAC, ex-Minister Diyal Singh's statement. Now one must also understand the context. The issues that were being investigated and interrogated were huge. The revelations that were coming out in not only monetary terms, but with the health of our population, with medicines that are going into the mouths and the bodies of our mothers, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our parents. This thing is critical. This was not a political game. This was a detailed investigative committee, and this act was one bordering on treasonous, one that bordered on shattering the very essence of our democracy and what all of us stand here for. So it's not something funny, it's not a game, it's not doubles and coffee today, it is very serious. Senator John Bates was expected to discharge her duty in the oath she took, fairly and without ill will or malice to anyone. Instead, the astute and brilliant chairman of the PAC, Mr. Jagdeo Singh, discovered that Mr. Diyal Singh's witness statement contained track changes from two sitting senators, not one. Those senators are here today with us. One sitting quite smugly and one looking very sad, and understandably so. And the whole country will empathize with her. And that's just humanity. But the other one will sit there, will talk, will arrogantly argue and stick. But his whole track record in politics has led to this day, whereas this honorable junior senator did not get the opportunity to create a track record. Because when we move to Senator Faris Al-Rawi, his role is the one that pains the country the most. I want to turn the spotlight there because Senator Faris Al-Rawi, Mr. Al-Rawi, is a third-generation parliamentarian. Senator John Bates, I believe, was now starting generation politics of serving her country. Until a few nights ago, my disappointment was solely with Senator Bates. That changed, however, when I heard the words of wisdom uttered by one of the founders of the PNM, former General Secretary, Mr. Ashton Ford, in an interview on CNC 3 News on Thursday, 23rd April 2026. Mr. Ford said, and I quote, "While John Bates is new to Parliament, greater responsibility rests with senior figures. My peace is with Faris Al-Rawi, a non-performer overall. He is a non-performer, and at its best, he should have advised the young lady, having served as Attorney General and having served as a Member of Parliament for years, he should have advised her against that. This is words of Ashton Ford, PNM. I never agree with a PNM. I never agree with Ashton Ford. But today, on behalf of the country and because of the actions of Faris Al-Rawi, he could bring the Douglas and Ashton Ford to agree on one element, that he is a non-performer. There is much to commend in these wise words that I have had the cause to pause and reflect upon. Senator Bates has been a Member of Parliament for a mere 11 months. She has never served in the cabinet, unfortunately. Her senior colleague, Senator Al-Rawi, has been a Member of Parliament since June 2010, when he first entered the Parliament as an opposition senator. He has served in both houses of Parliament. He served on both the government and opposition benches in the Senate and the House of Representatives. He's been practicing law for almost 30 years, having been admitted to practice law in Trinidad and Tobago in 1996. He's a former Attorney General. He was pivotal in getting another person charged for witness tampering, and he boasts that he is a witness in that matter. He is therefore presumed to know the law on witness tampering, yet here we are today. So what should Senator Al-Rawi have done when he realized that Senator Bates was committing such a cardinal sin by assisting Mr. Diyal Singh with his witness statement as a member of the committee? He should have immediately warned and advised Senator Bates that what she was doing amounted to witness tampering. That's what he should have done. Had he understood anything in law school, anything in his job that he held for so long as Attorney General, that's what he should have done first and foremost, was advise the junior senator. Secondly, he should have warned her about the seriousness of the matter and advised her to resign from the committee and seek forgiveness. But he could not advise her of that because he does not even know how to do that. Just now at the lunch break, I called my beloved son, who's also an attorney, 28 years old, and I told him, son, if ever I am gone, as I will eventually, don't ever embarrass me like Faris Al-Rawi is embarrassing himself and his family here today. That you must stand by your oath, not only to your country, but to your profession that you took when getting called to the bar. So I told him in a very serious tone, I used Al-Rawi as an example of what not to be and not to become. Because wherever I go after, I will come back and deal with him if he would ever act in such an immature, dishonest manner as Senator Faris Al-Rawi. Thirdly, he should have immediately informed his political leader, but he did no such thing. But I understand why, because they're not sure who's the political leader in the PNM right now. They have 3 or 4 different leaders. They have former, they have existing, and they have wannabe. Instead, Senator Al-Rawi did no such thing. In true Machiavellian style, he joined with Senator Bates in tampering with making significant alterations to Mr. Diyal Singh's witness statement. He actively encouraged the young and inexperienced senator by knowingly and deliberately leading her down the wrong path. Senator Al-Rawi did not report this scandalous conspiracy between Senator Bates and Mr. Diyal Singh, but rather joined them in that conspiracy to pervert and corrupt the work of the PAC. And they now have PNM columnist Helen Drayton saying that somehow that the committee's work was going in the wrong direction because the chairman had asked some questions about the issue previously. The chairman has not had any case or represented any client in any form or fashion in any jurisdiction or any court in Trinidad and Tobago on any matter. So having some knowledge about an issue, I would think is a good thing, so that you can get to the truth. You can ask surgical questions. But the PNM now is trying to present an idea that getting to the truth about billions of dollars, about drugs that were allowed, favoritism, nepotism, selected payments, that is bad. But as Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa always said, God don't sleep. He only wears pajamas. The Lord intervened to expose this diabolical and malicious conspiracy. The hapless former Minister Dialsing submitted his witness statement with track changes from both Senator Bates and Senator Al-Rawi, which is expected because the track record of Senator Dialsing was one of incompetence and lack of knowledge. He was a Minister of Health who oversaw the death of 5,100 people during COVID when we are surrounded by pristine salt water. He did not know the motto of Trinidad and Tobago. He didn't know the national anthem. He told us to take a rag and tie a mask. That was his track record. So I am not shocked that he didn't know how to save a Word document and send it and sent it and sell out the whole PNM with track after track after track. You thought it was a CD from Buju Banton. I also call up, I will always be there, no matter what. They have different styles. It could come, could go. Yes, it is back without 500 million. So stop, leave me, let me continue. I also call upon this parliament to protect its own independence and integrity by calling on both senators to resign, not the junior senator with character and class. Call upon the one who want to stick like Evo stick like a slug on a slimy wall down by Macareep. He will not apologize because his track record has been one of that. He is the one who is, as Attorney General, sat in a cabinet and stepped out to have coffee while his other cabinet colleagues approved the rental of his building for which there was no commercial approval and collected that rent for 9 years. He didn't resign. He didn't find that was wrong. He is the gentleman who sat and signed a document with a witness in a criminal matter usurping the authority of the DPP. And after signing that and agreeing to all manner of terms, along with an attorney who he sold a Porsche to, selling 3 Porsche in 6 years, and forgetting to change and reserve and change ownership. He didn't find that was wrong. So we expect that of him. We don't expect it of a junior senator. His track record is one of chicanery, one of lack of ethics, lack of integrity, lack of propriety, and lack of service to this country. And he sits there without resigning. He will not resign. But he is the most culpable. I call upon this parliament to take immediate steps to have this matter immediately and thoroughly investigated. It must move swiftly to retain attorneys in the United States of America to issue subpoenas to Google, to have those emails between Senator Al-Rawi, Senator Bates, and former Minister of Health Dialsing preserved on their servers. There must be no repeat of Emailgate, because his leader, former Prime Minister, member for Diego Martin West, Keith Christopher Rowley, as leader of the opposition, came into these same hallowed halls and desecrated it with fabrications that were not even emails. 29 out of 31 things could not even go into the cloud because they had less than 5 caricatures and could not be an email. Do you know what was the argument of then Senator Faris Al-Rawi, continuing into Attorney General Al-Rawi, that even though they were not emails, which meant that they did not exist, we were supposed to investigate the contents of that which does not exist. So no one should be shocked by his behavior. No one should be shocked by his fabrication. No one should be shocked by his witness tampering. No one should be shocked. We are only shocked that he took a junior senator down with him. Legalized advice must then be independently sought on whether any criminal and other types of offenses have been committed, including but not limited to witness tampering, conspiracy to pervert the course of justice, misconduct in public office, aiding and abetting to commit a misdemeanor in public office, corruption and fraud. I urge that tainted PNM senator to do the right thing. Perhaps he can assist the Attorney General in crafting a sweetheart deal whereby Senator Bates could be given immunity from prosecution, a presidential pardon for wrongdoing, full legal costs for her British King's Counsel and her attorney selected, Roger K. Walsing, at the expense of taxpayers, in exchange for Senator Bates' testimony as to who seduced and influenced her into committing this conspiracy. Senator Al-Rawi's name always calling in everything. Like Angostura Bitters, he uttered falsehoods once in this parliament about the then leader of the opposition, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, about her and her family receiving contracts when she was prime minister between 2010 to 2015. Total fabrications and falsehoods spoken with his normal, arrogant authority loudly. And he had to come back in the first sitting of the next sitting of the parliament and apologize, withdraw because of his false attacks. That is who he is. That is his track record. And it has to be dealt with because now it has brought the entire Parliament, the Senate, the government, and democracy of Trinidad and Tobago into disrepute. The Law of Privilege, second edition, edited by Bankim Tanki QC. In 4.36 it says, and this is how critical this matter is. This is why I'm reading half of my contribution, which I never do. Probably the most important and well-known exception to legal professional privilege is the crime of fraud exception, the crime fraud exception. The exception provides that there is no privilege in documents or communications which are themselves part of a crime or fraud, or which seek or give legal advice about how to facilitate the commission of a crime or fraud. As set out further below, it may be more apposite to refer to this principle as the inquiry exception in the light of recent cases which suggest that the type of conduct required for the exception to apply may fall short of crime or fraud. The Honorable, and I say that with inverted commas, Senator Al-Rawi tried to allude belatedly to the media that somehow he could not speak or contribute because he was under the privilege of attorney-client privilege. He didn't suggest it as he normally would with his arrogant, all-important, all-knowing manner. He did it sort of sheepishly. But here we can say that it does not apply because what he was doing was wrong in more ways than one. And we will all find out, the population will find out, the investigation will find out, and we will find out about his culpability. As I stand here, the only painful thing about this issue is that a young senator's career is now over because she followed her seniors, and her seniors were rotten. Her seniors have a track record of impropriety and wrongdoing, malicious ill will, and act contrary to the oath of office. That is the norm of Senator Faris Al-Rawi. And it's sad that he took a young senator down with him. They also described it as a mistake. The PNM described, one of their members described what took place as a mistake. Well, the PNM's track record of mistakes is known to all because the PNM made a mistake when the Prime Minister went to the President's house and thwarted a merit list that caused Trinidad and Tobago to be without a Commissioner of Police substantive as a crime scourge was hitting our country. That was a mistake. The PNM made mistakes by approving a housing contract that to a Chinese company that was the most corrupt contract in history. And then it was learned that the sitting prime minister, the member for Dago Martin West, was the actual housing minister at that time acting. And he was the one who brought that corrupt contract to the cabinet. And then he was the prime minister who said, oops, let me rescind it. These are the mistakes that the PNM claim. They claim that everything that they do is a mistake. However, the only mistake that the people made historically was voting and depending on the PNM. So, Mr. President, I may have much more to say at a different time. But from my tone and my demeanor, you can see, and I hope other senators can see, that this is not run-of-the-mill. This is not politics. This is not the normal thing. This is very sad and has to be dealt with seriously. And it's unfortunate because I know how much it means to be able to serve your country, to work hard, to be intelligent. And when I read the resume of Senator John Bates with a master's and a legal profession and so on, it is very impressive. Did I agree with her debates, especially when she said that the Prime Minister, Kamala Prasad, says, I don't care about children and so on? No, but that's politics, that's okay. However, to be in a situation now that she has offered her resignation, I don't know what that means. Whether she resign or whether the leader of the opposition could say no and she stay, that's not for me to judge. However, for a big man to sit down there, Senator Rawi, senior counsel, who spent an inordinate amount of time in law school to graduate, who lost 30 out of 31 cases as Attorney General, who goes down in history as the worst Attorney General in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, for him to sit down there smug while seeing a lady and a senator and a member of the PNM, her career is over because of his inability to advise, his inability to know right from wrong. It is a sad day, not only for the PNM, but for the country and the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I thank you for listening, and I hope that this issue will be dealt with so that this will never happen again, that we will never have to deal with a former Attorney General guiding, misleading, and trying to pervert the course of an integrity commission inquiry into serious misconduct of pharmaceuticals or any matter in the way that Senator Faris Al-Rawi did, by editing, helping, creating, cajoling, and thwarting a witness statement without providing positive, ethical, legal advice. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Faris Al-Rawi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that I can perhaps encapsulate the contribution from Senator Roberts as almost as if you're looking at a horror comedy show. There were points in the honorable senator's discourse about conspiracy, about criminality, about wrongdoing. The kind of wrongdoing like running away from paying your child maintenance, smallest of the levels. But the kind of wrongdoing that you're talking about, I thought that I was listening to the resume of Life Sport. And I'm going to come in detail on the case law that I wish to bring to the Parliament today to deal with this. We're here to debate a report, Mr. President, the special report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee. We're asked in this motion to adopt the report. The report is being adopted in paragraph 20. The recommendation of the report is very simple. It says, your committee therefore recommends to the House and Senate that consideration be given to the conduct of Senator Janelle John Bates. I sat quietly, Mr. President, allowing the last speaker to speak without interruption because he opened the debate, which I was grateful for. So the first thing that I will do, Mr. President, is that I will declare that I am the Attorney at Law for Mr. Terence Dialsing, as I must under the standing orders do so. I must put on the record that Standing Order 102 of the Senate, which deals with procedures in Joint Select Committee, at subparagraph 16, says that witnesses are entitled to advisors. It's not lost on me that Senator Roberts wouldn't understand the parameters of legal professional privilege or of law. He, after all, has the distinction of having resigned in glorious failure in life sport. He understands police investigations very well. He understands what it is to have witnesses abroad, cowering in fear in witness protection. He knows all of that, Mr. President, very well. So I take no advice from Senator Anil Roberts or his backup support campaign maintenance friend. None. Absolutely none of that. So, Mr. President, let's deal with the report. I've declared my interest. I've said that I'm an attorney at law. The legal professional privilege that is granted to attorneys at law is a very thick and heavy line. You are not permitted to deal with certain matters. But we have a very interesting game afoot today, Mr. President. This report, as articulated by the bench, has brought into conduct Senator John Bates and me from the language of the report. Senator Roberts, in his capable fashion, from his perspective, sought to introduce the actions of a capable chairman who is the author of this report. He raised in the debate that the chairman of the PAAC, that is Speaker Jagdeo Singh as chairman, it was because of his action, according to Senator Roberts, that we are now gifted with some sort of salvation. So let's deal with this. We know there's a minority report. We know that this report annexes a letter from Senator John Bates. We know that the letter from Senator John Bates says at page 28 of the report the following: on Tuesday, 14th April 2026, during the 27th sitting of the Senate, I observed conduct which further heightened my cause for concern. In the course of the sitting, Senator Anil Roberts began speaking to members of the government bench in a loud tone of voice. While glancing in my direction, I heard him saying the words to the effect, "Yeah, she involved in witness tampering. She gone from zero to PNM hero." Trying my best to imitate the Honourable Senator. In his clear reference to me, for the record, Senator Roberts is not a member of the PAAC. Let me repeat that. Senator Roberts is not a member of the PAAC. This report provides particulars, Mr. President, that says Senator John Bates appeared on the 13th of April 2026. Senator John Bates wrote on the 15th of April 2026 requesting an opportunity specifically to be informed, as she put in her letter, one, as to the specific particulars of any breaches that it is alleged that she may have committed, and two, the sections of standing orders it is alleged that she's alleged to have breached. The report says at paragraph 12 that your committee finds it important that you also note that member John Bates requested she be supplied with those same two things. The committee says, Mr. President, that they gave her till the 20th of April 2026, but that due to concerns at paragraph 10, on April 15, 2026, there was a cause for concern by a committee regarding the apparent disclosure of the committee's in-camera proceedings to the public. It goes on to say, in breach of standing orders 113 and 103 of the House and Senate, respectfully. It rushes to produce a report on the 17th, acknowledging that Senator John Bates has not been given the opportunity to receive that which she has requested, or, more importantly, to reply in the interest of fairness and justice. Now, Mr. President, this committee's report says that it is an egregious commission of breach of the standing orders for disclosure and that they will do their best to investigate it. But Senator John Bates, in her letter, informed that the media was reaching out to her, saying that they had sources from inside of the government. It's on the record. Senator Anil Roberts stood here and debated in Comedy Horror Hour, as I have put it a little while ago, never once denying what the report says about him.
Mr. President, the conduct of Senator Roberts is not the subject of the report. He's imputing improper motives.
Mr. President, if I may connect it for you.
Yeah. I understand. I'm trying to be fair on all sides, but at the same time, I agree with the Honourable Senator. The matter that is before us deals with not Senator Roberts. But you go ahead and...
Mr. President, I thank you for your guidance. Nowhere in this report of 8 pages is my conduct raised. Nowhere. Senator Roberts went to task with it. For 45 minutes, my name does not appear in the report. So I'm dealing with his contribution and his name appearing in the appendix, which he referred to, with your leave. Because Senator Roberts is accused by Senator John Bates of having intimate knowledge of the PAAC, and nowhere in his contribution did he say that that was not true. Nowhere in this report, when they say they are going to the inquiry...
the same road again.
What's the standing order? Mr. President,
46.6, 46.1, and 46.8, if you wanted to know.
Okay. Okay, please, order, please, just, okay, all right. Yeah, you see, it's not a substantive debate on any particular senator outside of what is contained in the report. So I want to caution Senator Avari as it relates to 46.8, limited conduct of a member of this House. Okay? Be guided.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Duly noted, the record so notes. Mr. President, when we get to this report, I've made my point. Thank you for your guidance. The committee says that it is going to deal with the issue of the serious breaches of the standing orders as it relates to disclosures. I am saying, Mr. President, now, when we get to the minority report is annexed to this. The minority report deals with the treatment of alleged conduct. It deals with the alleged leak in camera proceedings directly, which I've just addressed. The committee has it well within its power to summons anyone, including Senator Roberts named in this, as they see fit to deal with that. I'll leave that to the committee. It says its work is ongoing. It says, in respect of the handling of correspondence and requests, that there has been no reply from the committee in respect of the handling of the requests. It says, Mr. President, on the broader issue of the conduct in the committee, it says, Mr. President, specifically that this committee has not carried out a fair and biased approach in its manner of dealing with the inquiry before it. It says that the chairman of the committee is the person who has not carried out that effectively. It's in the report, in the minority report. Mr. President, I noted appearing in the newspapers an interesting article. It was published by AZP. It is entitled conflict of interest, Mr. President. It says, Jagdeo Singh, I'm just reading from the headline, under fire for prior advocacy for farmer importers. There's a direct statement. The Honourable Speaker
President,
quoted.
this debate is not about the conduct of the Speaker.
Standing order, please.
46.8.
I would say that, for instance, let us make a distinction, even though we recognize the Speaker is the chairman of the committee that is before us. But at the same time, we have to be extremely careful that we do not impugn the character of the Speaker in matters that is before us, unless we are bringing a substantive motion. So whilst we are quoting APC News, be wary about violating Standing Order 46.8 in terms of the conduct of any member of both houses. In this instance, the Speaker. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm reading from page 39, the minority report. Accordingly, the minority finds that there's been a discernible breakdown in parliamentary standards within this committee under its present leadership. Reading from the report. Reflected in the introduction of material by members in a manner that blurred the distinction between evidence and advocacy, the acceptance and reliance upon such material by the chair without regard to proper procedure, the conduct of questioning on the basis of that material as though it were properly admitted in evidence, an increasingly adversarial and partisan tone in the committee's proceedings, the public disclosure of the committee's work, which appears to have been made by a member of the committee with direct knowledge of its proceedings and direction, and a general departure from principles of objectivity, fairness, and procedural discipline. That's from the report in relation to the chair. I've raised the AZP, I've raised the headline. I note in that the chairman himself has said he has no problems in recusing from a debate that is due today later. Now, I raise that, Mr. President, because when we're dealing with the issue of fairness, as the minister piloted the motion, fairness, as I sat here and listened to 45 minutes of the horror show, of the comedy show by Senator Roberts, talking about me, there's no substantive motion on me. He was given the entire latitude to spend 45 minutes on me, all sorts of ranging things. I didn't rise, because I said there'd be fair standard, and I see that happening now. I'm happy with that. But, Mr. President, when we're dealing with fairness, there is a direct question from the report, the minority report, about the conduct of the chair. I've just read it for you. And the issue of apparent bias has been raised.
Mr. President, that is tedious repetition in relation to that point. I must object.
All right. What I would say, you don't want to unnecessarily continue repeating yourself, but I understand the point that you're making. But please try to type.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your guidance, but I will be concerned to make my points with the same latitude that I know you will ensure that I get as the other side has had. I'm sure of your protection. The legal principles concerning apparent bias, Mr. President, are well known to us all. In Porter and McGill, it was set out, it was adopted in our courts, Pandey and Virgil. The test is very simple. The question is whether a fair-minded and informed observer, having considered the facts, would conclude that there was a real possibility that the tribunal was biased. The minority report has raised that. Now let me get to the report, and as we get to Senator John Bates. Under the rules, Mr. President, of natural justice, which apply in our parliament, which apply in the committee that we are dealing with, which apply right here under the privileges of parliament, Mr. President, fair hearing is something well recognized. I need only look at Madam Justice Wilson in the case of Rudal Munilal in the High Court against the Committee of Privileges members and the Speaker of the House, where Justice Wilson recognized the concurrent balance always between the rights under the Constitution and the privileges of the Parliament, and the Parliament's desire and prerogative to handle its own affairs. A court very rarely steps in to treat with interfering with a Parliament. And therefore that makes it all the much more important in this debate. Are we being asked, Mr. President, to interfere in a matter where the report has acknowledged, as the minister piloted, that Senator John Bates has not been given an opportunity to be heard? I certainly haven't been called upon to say or do anything. Senator Roberts today has raised 45 minutes of my conduct. I too would be entitled to a fair hearing in relation to anything that is to be said. That I am sure I will deal with. I take no guidance from Senator Roberts, nor does he cause me any ounce of concern as to what he says or doesn't say. But when we're dealing with the issue of fair hearing, Mr. President, fair hearing is a fundamental principle. And I think that the best case to treat with fair hearing in terms of its relevance to today's debate perhaps includes the case of, Mr. President, CV 2014-03943, Judicial Review Act, in the matter of improper or unlawful and or unreasonable and or irrational and or procedurally unfair conduct of an audit into the live sport program. And in the decision of Madam Justice Miradine Armour, as she then was, which, by the way, has been accepted all the way up to the Privy Council, but I'm using the High Court version here because the principles were so clearly stated. In the High Court, there is a mandatory requirement in natural justice that you are given the opportunity to face your accusers with particulars, that you are given the opportunity of a fair hearing as to what has been said. We heard Senator John Bates say today that she does not accept anything about a conspiracy to commit a contempt of Parliament. She made an admission otherwise, but she specifically did not make an admission about any conspiracy. We've heard Senator Roberts raising an argument about conspiracy and contempt and witness tampering. He needs to go and advise himself. I take no advice from him. Mr. President, when you come to the principle of fair hearing as it relates to the adoption of this report, it is conclusively demonstrated that there has been no fair hearing in relation to Senator John Bates. None. There's a matter reserved for consideration about allegations about me under Standing Order 30. The question of facing your accusers and fair hearing will yet be decided, no doubt, in your deliberations. But, Mr. President, case law is replete with the principle of the right to fair hearing, Mr. President. Under fair hearing, Mr. President, there are so many cases, and the basic point has been described as Maxwellization. Lord Denning or Lord Diplock, in a series of cases, I won't go into them all, Denning in Pergamon and Diplock in other cases, Mr. President, set out very simply, there is a well-established legal principle that a person should not be criticized in a public report without first having been afforded a fair opportunity to respond to that criticism. Where is the fair opportunity to Senator John Bates to respond to criticism? Where? Where in this report has she been given the fair opportunity to respond to the criticism when the committee acknowledges that they gave her to the 20th of April, but on the 17th of April, they are bringing forward a report? Mr. President, the report itself is an admission of a breach of natural justice. The report itself is an admission of a predetermination of the matter, Mr. President. The report is authored, and the report goes in to detail, and it says, Mr. President, there's no need, when you're dealing with the concept of bias in predetermination, there is no need to establish actual bias. That's inherently difficult to prove. The mere fact that you have in relation to adversarial statements in relation to language that says you have come to a conclusion, made that conclusion without hearing from the person first, Mr. President, means that the entire report is polluted, Mr. President. Mr. President, in relation to the allegations made by Senator Roberts in relation to me, it's the first time I'm hearing his allegations. Wide latitude given to him. I'm not named in the report. Nowhere in this report is my name other than in some document that they have as supposedly making some amendments. I haven't seen the source of that. I'm not accepting anything that they say of me or do in relation to me. But what I do know is that Senator John Bates has the right of a fair hearing. And to accept a report today that says that she's not been given a fair hearing is a problem for me. Because, Mr. President, when I look to the minority report and the statements about the chairman, Mr. President, and the issue being raised as this prior advocacy for clients, there's an automatic principle of law that he must recuse. Therefore, is this committee report in taking, the motion says take note of the report. The report raises in the minority report the chairman has admitted in publications in 2024 complaints over pharmaceutical, big picture of the chairman acting for clients who make the same allegations, Mr. President. This is no small matter. Because if there was a mandatory obligation to recuse, and the famous case on this is the case of Pinochet, Mr. President, well known to everybody, where Lord Hoffman in the Privy Council, in considering the case of Pinochet, had to step aside on the basis of association with Amnesty International, and that his wife was involved in statements of predetermination. So how can we have newspaper articles, lack of competition, Attorney Jagdeo Singh saying, my clients have these complaints? Mr. President, the law and this report says that you cannot have sat as the chairman of this PAAC. You cannot have authored the report of the PAAC and signed it without even declaring the interest, Mr. President.
Mr. President, 46.8.
What I would say is that I think you've made that point over and over, but I want to make it very clear that the chairman name is in the minority report, right? So I don't think it's a difficulty in referencing the chairman in your contribution. What I would say is that you have already repeated that on several occasions. So it is becoming a bit tedious. That is what I would uphold.
Much obliged, Mr. President. In coming to a statement, as the Honourable Minister said, that Senator John Bates has committed a conspiracy to commit a contempt of Parliament, Mr. President. That's a conclusion, a statement of fact. Privy Council in Stubbs versus the Queen, 2018, UK PC 30. The appearance of bias as a result of predetermination or prejudgment is a recognized ground for recusal. The appearance of bias includes a clear indication of a prematurely closed mind. What could be more prematurely closed than accepting a letter on the 15th, having a meeting on the 17th, the 16th, producing a report on the 17th, stating in the report that Senator John Bates has not been given the opportunity to reply, and coming to a conclusion. So firm is the conclusion that Senator Nakid, who understands confinement, Senator Nakid could share with us his stories of being in jail in Lebanon himself. He knows what it's like to be under pressure. He has served in jail already. He understands this very, very well. He knows what it is like. Sahih, ya habibi? Wallah saduk, right? What I just said is true, my brother, my love? He said yes, it's true. Mr. President, he knows what incarceration looks like, yet he has moved a motion of privilege here today. 2 motions. Because the conclusive statements that he relied on have been made in the report. It's now a matter of fact, according to them, without the opportunity for fair hearing. There is no consideration in the majority report of the manner in which the arguments of the minority report affect the validity of the report, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are here today in a very unusual way, you know. We are here today, Mr. President, trying to deal with a report being accepted that has a number of factors associated with it. One is the conduct of the member. The other is the minority report about the conduct of the proceedings itself, Mr. President, of predetermination, but the legal submission and the parliamentary record demonstrates, Mr. President, that you cannot accept a report that is flawed at its basis and proceed with it. And the judgment that says that is Madam Justice Dean Armorer in Life Sport. Mr. President, in that case, in the Life Sport matter, which I rely on here today, there was a legitimate expectation point which found favor that the minute the then Permanent Secretary Ashwin Creed was given the expectation that he would have a closeout report for the Audit Committee, it was held that that was an inviolable expectation on his part. What about Senator John Bates? What about her inviolable, legitimate expectation that she be given a fair opportunity before the presentation of any report to explain herself? What about that, Mr. President? Is that not fairness for us to consider, Mr. President? How could we here today be listening to the cheerleader of Life Sport tell us about crime and criminality, Mr. President? How? Mr. President, in the Ashwin Creed matter on legitimate expectation, the judgment of Madam Justice Dean Armorer, the report of the Central Audit Committee, which was laid in the Parliament by then Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, was struck down because it did not give a fair hearing to Ashwin Creed. It did not comply with the obligation for his legitimate expectation to be satisfied that he should have his say. We are dealing with a report that has been rushed to Parliament on the 17th, 3 days before the opportunity is there. But Mr. President, Senator Vera and others raised a very important point about proportionality. Senator John Bates does not sit on the PAAC committee. I don't either. I don't lose any sleep over the fact that I occupy the role as an attorney at law. I don't have to explain myself to any of them, Mr. President. But what I can tell you, Mr. President, is that when you are dealing with the fair hearing right to Senator John Bates, we're being asked to accept a report that is basically premature. So was the finding in the Life Sport case. Mr. President, that didn't change the fact that later on, after that audit report was struck out on the basis of fair hearing and lack of legitimate expectation satisfaction, Mr. President, police investigations continued. We've seen in the papers all sorts of things about that, Mr. President. Witnesses still abroad, people frightened for their life, who coming for them, which former minister, those are just reports. The point is natural justice must also have procedural fairness. And the minister is asking us to have procedural fairness today, and he is giving none of it, Mr. President. None of it. Instead, we are being asked, and it's the right, we're being asked to let the majority have its say, so be it. So not going to be the first time a government has had its say, but on the proportionality of the treatment, Mr. President, if we accept this report today, and if, God forbid, there's a premature finding of other matters that you have been invited to consider, but which I will not address you on, Mr. President, prematurity of decision-making will run to the root of issues, but the proportionality of treating with Senator John Bates is what? Mr. President, we have an example of precedent in this Parliament. There is the Joint Select Committee report on national security. As a precedent in dealing with this report, the treatment for consideration here, it said in relation to that report, it was examining the conduct of a member of its committee who the Commissioner of Police had given evidence in committee was in communication with gang members. The committee said to the member, please recuse. The member refused. They said to him, please step aside. He did not step aside. It went to the Parliament for a motion to have him removed from the committee. That was the end of the matter. This is where the evidence of the Commissioner of Police, the positive evidence on the record, in respect of which the member had the ability to contradict and have a fair hearing, all of that was satisfied, but what was the punishment? Remove the member from the committee. Mr. President, in this report, they say that Senator John Bates is to have a fate because people will be uncomfortable working with her in the Senate. Anil Roberts, the Honorable Senator Anil Roberts is saying that? What about the discomfort I feel, Mr. President? Hypothetically, think about it, Mr. President. Suppose I were to say, Mr. President, I'm uncomfortable with people not paying their child maintenance, and that makes me uncomfortable for the rights of the child, Mr. President. Wouldn't that cause great discomfort to me in the Senate right here? Suppose I feel uncomfortable about criminal investigations into people, Mr. President. Would I not be uncomfortable? It's why we sit with two swords length between us, Mr. President. A parliament is not a tea place for politeness at some point. It's robust. We have the privilege of Section 55 of the Constitution, the necessity of privilege given in respect of actions, in respect of matters, is so that we are not fearful to speak for the people, Mr. President. And if we cannot speak for people who are denied the right of fair hearing, denied natural justice, if we looked at committee's report, which in my respectful submission on the basis of the minority report is poisoned at its roots for bias, for unfairness, for breach of legitimate expectation, Mr. President, then what can we say, Mr. President? Be guided by Senator Anil Roberts? Mr. President? Mr. President, that don't fly far. That does not fly far. The caution in this report, Mr. President, the advocacy raised by the members opposite. Mr. President, they have the majority, you know. In the House of Representatives, where this will be debated later, they have the majority. Same way there's a precedent in Parliament of a majority government throwing a leader of the opposition out of Parliament by majority, Mr. President. They can do what they wish. Does that make it right? The will of the majority is the will of the majority. They have the foregone conclusion of victory. Sure, Mr. President. But Mr. President, where the minority report points out the breaches and the contempt of Parliament for premature publication, for breach of other aspects, Mr. President. Mr. President, you can't turn a blind eye to that. Prematurity in decision making, bias to the point of automatic recusal being required, right of fair hearing, natural justice. Now the consequence being, what do we do about it, Mr. President? What do we do? By way of education to Senator Roberts, who raised the concept of the crime of witness tampering. Witness tampering, Mr. President, set out in the justice protection legislation we passed in 2014. No application to this, Mr. President. The Parliament deals with privileges. It deals with contempt. The Parliament recognizes the right of somebody to have an attorney at law. Members can attend before committees with their attorneys at law who could be anybody, including members of the Parliament. That happens all the time, Mr. President. What you can't raise are matters that you don't have the privilege lifted on. And so you have to sip your porridge cool on that regard, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, if I could say If I could ask you, what time is full time, Mr. President?
Yeah,
3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could say in summary, Mr. President, this report is poisoned at its roots. The fruit of this report, which is to take knowledge of a report, the report is poisoned at its fruits. In summary, the chairman should never have sat. He needed to recuse himself. Automatic recusal. Number two, the right of fair hearing has to be extended to Senator John Bates. Number three, the legitimate expectation which he has to be given the opportunity promised by the committee, set out in writing in this report, has been breached. Mr. President, the punishment by way of treatment, where there is a contempt of Parliament, it is usually purged by an apology, Mr. President. It may be purged by a suspension, it may be purged by other mechanisms, Mr. President, but we cannot jump to premature conclusions until the fair hearing has happened. And I say that this is a travesty today. This report is a travesty today. I object, Mr. President, to taking advice from people that can't pay child maintenance or who have problems with the law, not taking their advice, Mr. President. I thank you, Mr. President.
Anyone else? Anyone else on the opposition? Anybody on the Senator, the Honorable, the Deputy Minister of Labour.
Mr. President, I've heard a lot. I think I want to make some brief comments on a lot I've heard. I think it has been very edifying. I think I want to start with the last speaker. Just might be important. Mr. President, my confusion in all of this, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm confused as a non-lawyer, a layman, is what appears to be, at least in my mind, it's a contradiction. I looked at the Honorable Senator Faris Alwari, Senior Counsel, berate the special report as virtually not worth the paper it's written on, but at the same time, he holds up another report, a minority report, and we have listened to him speak about a minority report, and he has made no assertion of the principle of natural justice being applied to this minority report that he would have utilized as his basis for occupying the chamber's time to criticize the special report. Is he suggesting that the parties mentioned in the special report, that they were given the opportunity to be heard? I want to suggest there's no evidence of that in the minorities report. And therefore, if he feels he can utilize and hold as some kind of yardstick to measure what is right and proper, his minority report, well, we can surely give credence to the special majority report. But I want to go further. From all my understanding, not all decisions is my understanding, not all decisions. I'm not a lawyer, but I understand that all decisions require this quote-unquote principles of natural justice to be applied. That's what I understand. I was advised, maybe reference to what the text for them on administrative law, speak to it. I was advised that where decisions are of a preliminary nature, in so much that it don't affect anyone's final rights. It doesn't take away anyone's rights. That principle don't have to exist in respect of every single decision. And such is the case of this report. The report in question, as everyone would have almost acknowledged, it appears to be a simple case of adopting a report and nothing else. We adopt the report, and anything is to happen is this Senate has the authority to treat with that as it sees fit. And with the certainty that whatever procedure, however it chooses to act on the recommendation, it will be consistent with the principles of natural justice. Of that we are certain, because we are all, I've heard everyone mention, and everyone is concerned about natural justice. And that will find its place in whatever decision. The committee is your committee. The committee of which we speak, PAAC, it's your committee, it's our committee. The decision of the committee is, as some observe, it's almost innocuous. All the committee has recommended is for us, this Senate, to give consideration to the conduct of Senator Janelle Jones-Bates' conduct. It has said nothing beyond that. It has given us no further recommendation or instruction. It is up to us. So I want to stress, as a non-lawyer, it is my understanding that that notion of natural justice having to be an ingredient in every single decision is not so. It's not held to be so. And that where a decision is of a preliminary nature, where no one loses any rights of any kind, that ingredient is not necessary. That's my understanding. But more importantly, is that we had 40 minutes of a contribution where the Honorable Senator held up for us and our time to listen to and spend the time going through a report. What report? A minority report. And he didn't engage in he didn't use the same yardstick to measure that report as to whether or not any opportunity to be heard was given to the subject of the minority report. That is where we have talked about, and I know that Senator Dr. Marlene Arts mentioned it. Carefully, if you're taking out the splinter in someone's eye, you need to clear the beam in your eyes. because surely the Honorable Senator paid little attention to the fact he's using a yardstick to measure the majority report that he's not prepared to use to measure the efficacy of the minority report. Is there anything further? Only one thing I would want to throw out here, and from Senator Alwari. I know the question and the concern that we all had is not whether or not he's an attorney. That was not the concern. I did not get that from the concern of the committee. The concern was whether or not he engaged in an activity, that is to say, an activity with the Honorable Senator John Bates, while she was a member of a committee, that they engage in advising a witness, and he, knowing her to be a member of the committee, engaged in advising a witness, and the witness would have to appear to that same committee.
So he should have known better.
That is the concern. The word we generally use to explain that relationship is where the question of someone conspired or would have been conspired, because the committee is expected to be impartial. And if you have someone preparing the witness statement for a witness, and then that same witness is now coming and appear before her as a member of the committee, aided and abetted by Senator Alwari, that is the concern. That's the simple
That's the conspiracy.
concern
Right there.
that
you were looking for.
we are concerned about. The committee is concerned about.
Look your conspiracy.
And the committee simply has asked to look into the conduct of Senator Janelle Bates, Janelle John Bates. Mr. President, I noted the concerns of Dr. Arts. I'm not seeing her here, but I want to just deal with it one time. Well, I'll wait till she returns, if she returns. But Dr. Arts would have mentioned her concern is question of ethics. I want to say that I for one am very, very concerned with the ethics of the issue. She mentioned basically, and there's a saying that let he who is without sin cast the first stone, and whether or not we kind of being quick to judgment and the likes, and whether we all find ourselves in conduct that is probably not altogether of the best. I think, and I want to suggest, senators, that is precisely because that we are all infallible. We are all fallible. None of us could claim infallibility. But precisely that's the reason why we have institutions. And those institutions, you put all these standards and safeguards because you want to protect the institution from us, because we are fallible. And whenever you would see someone deviating from the prescribed conduct, for that reason, you need to act. Because the public have to trust the institution, not trust the individual, but trust the institution. Because you will have from time to time persons would not adhere. But what makes the institution stand up is when it self-corrects against whenever anyone fall short of the same rules and regulation we would have set up to safeguard against the frailty of human nature. That is precisely why we must act and allow the special report to play its role. Because the special report, it was not a rush to judgment. The special report really tracked an event. An event actually took place. It's in the minutes. There was an admission. Could we, the Senate, have a committee operating without giving us no information based on, by way of what happened, the facts of what happened? And I'm using the word facts. It is not contested. There is a situation where track changes, an admission, and a report is being made as to what happened. What the committee reports stated as causing even for it to be accelerated was because it ended up in the public domain. And therefore it needed to act and simply report it to us. That is what happened. And it's for us to simply acknowledge what happened. That is what happened. It's not about the whole, anything beyond that. There is a need to also acknowledge, and I know that I've heard it mentioned from several of the senators who would have contributed, the idea that the report seemed to be suggesting that they are still investigating, that they are still taking evidence, that they are still interviewing witnesses and the likes. And the report, someone took my report. Oh my gosh. But the report, I know it's at item 17 of the report, it did mention that the taking of evidence is still taking place. But that reference is not to an investigation of what transpired as it relates to Senator John Bates or Senator Faris Alwari. That was in relation to the inquiry itself. When it spoke to the continuation of, and I think this was very important in terms of creating some clarification. It says, your committee is in the process of, that's the report, of evidence taken, and therefore in this report, no findings, no conclusions have been presented. It was in relation to the event that took place, in relation to the involvement of Senator John Bates and the former Minister of Health, Terence Dial Singh, witness statement. This here is making reference to the inquiry itself. And I think if we had, I think a lot of persons, from what I gather, thought it was in relation to a continuation of investigating that event. That is not the case. This is speaking to the taking evidence as it relates to the state's acquisition of pharmaceuticals as it relates to the current processes applicable to the importation and approval. That is where it was continuing the business of the inquiry to take evidence. And that is where it has not made any conclusion. And I just wanted to make sure that that is understood. Senator Arts, well, as you would have returned, and the comment I make on your contribution is that I agree. I agree with the fact that let he without sin cast the first stone. I am not suggesting that at all, that we are all infallible and it have someone doing some wrong that needs to be condemned. It's not about condemnation, but it's about protecting our institutions. Precisely because we are fallible. We need to literally protect the institution because people have to believe in those institutions. Because the notion of public trust and confidence, the rules come about to protect the institution from the fallibility of human nature. Senator Murray. Right. Senator Murray, you would have asked, what are we being asked to adopt? Or what does it mean? Well, the recommendation is a very simple one. Adopt is the report. What the report outlines is an event. So one of the things you will get when you adopt the report is an understanding of what the committee, what transpired at a meeting held on April 13th, what followed on a meeting held on April 16th, and the fact that they have reported on it. The committee didn't do much more than that, and all it did after that was to make a simple recommendation to us as to give consideration to the conduct of the Honorable Senator John Bates. The report also noted, and we all should know, that as it relates to the disclosure of the confidential proceedings, the information as it relates to the confidential proceedings, the report speaks to the continued investigation that taken place as it relates to that. And the report also makes clear that the inquiry continues into the state acquisition of pharmaceuticals. So nothing has changed where that is concerned. So the report is what, when you adopt the report, that is what you will get within the report, information as it relates to that, and nothing else. The report does not have consequences in court. It's not a report like that. No one is losing anything. The report, the Parliament governs its own procedures. The adoption of the report does not preclude any further action on the matters of the concern raised. For example, Standing Order 30, where matters of privilege could still be raised. All that has nothing to do with the report. The report being laid, any senator may raise matters of privilege based on the concerns raised. The effect of the adoption is to formally place on record the contents of the report. But beyond that, absolutely no one has lost anything. The report doesn't interfere with anyone. But it puts it formally on record. That, I wanted to be clear of what is understood by the report. Mr. President, I think Senator Cummins, you two would have dealt with the minority report. You two would have mentioned the idea of this taking of evidence and the fact that no conclusion has been reached. Again, just to emphasize, that is in relation to the conduct of the inquiry and has nothing to do with the event that took place as it relates to Senator John Bates. And it must not be lost on anyone that there is a basis why the committee could feel comfortable to say, consider the conduct of Senator John Bates. Why they could be comfortable? Because Senator John Bates, as the minutes reflect, admitted that she engaged in, quote unquote, that activity with the witness statement of the former Minister of Health, Terence Dialsing. So there is something that took place that is incontrovertible, that is on the record, that has been admitted, that is a cause of concern, that the committee has reported to us, the Senate. it is incontrovertible. That is recorded in the minutes. Senator de Lavastide. I took on board the almost innocuous statement in terms of the recommendation made and how exactly and what exactly it means. And that is the recommendation made by the committee. Again, I think the consolation we all can take from that is that it's a report to the Senate. The what next, it is totally up to us. Up to us as a collective, up to us as individual senators. That's just the truth. It is literally, the recommendation is a simple one. For us to give consideration of the conduct of the senator. Mr. President, with these few words, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is, be it resolved that this Senate adopt a special report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, first session, 13th Parliament, on the conduct of a member. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Division. Division.
Mr. Allaha.
Yes.
Mr. Jeremy S.C.
Aye.
Mr. Roberts.
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Batiste.
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Mr. Ratiram.
Yes.
Professor Prasad.
Yes.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj.
Yes.
Ms. Charles.
Yes.
Mr. Zakur.
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Mr. Naked.
Yes.
Mr. Jack.
Aye.
Mr. Rashid.
Yes.
Mr. Al-Rawi S.E.
No.
Mrs. Roberts Rajman.
No.
Mr. Dan Paul.
No.
Mr. Cummings.
No.
Mrs. John Bates.
No.
Mr. Abdul Hamid.
No.
Mr. Vieira S.E.
No.
Ms. Choate S.E.
Yes.
Dr. Atz.
Yes.
Mr. Delabastide S.E. Ms. Joan Simmons.
Abstain.
Mr. Lewis.
Abstain.
Dr. Murray.
Abstain.
Mrs. Lalit Etienne. Mrs. Lalit. Sorry. Mr. McNish.
Yes.
Mr. President, the results of the division are as follows. 18 senators voted for the motion, 7 senators voted against, and there were 4 abstentions.
Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. 18 members voted for the adoption of the report. 7 members voted against the adoption of the report. And there were 4 abstentions. The report is therefore adopted. Let us revert to some earlier items. Clerk.
Jones?
Mr. President, the Honourable Minister of Homeland Security has been waiting patiently to answer the question.
Senator Faris Alwari, SC.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the Honourable Minister, will the Minister inform what urgent measures will be taken to improve safety in the Longdenville area, given the reported series of home invasions and trauma yesterday?
Mr. President, and thank you for the question. Mr. President, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service acknowledges the seriousness of recent home invasion and traumatic incidents in the Longdenville area. Mr. President, it is important at this time for the police officers to continue working alongside the community in order that trust and confidence could be restored in the shortest space of time. Mr. Speaker, this morning, I met and spoke to persons in camera from the Longdenville area. And the government, as the Minister of Homeland Security, I must say that that was one of my areas I had designated for a zone of special operation. It is difficult, Mr. Speaker, at this time for me to tell you what some of the persons would have said. However, Mr. Speaker, based on what is happening there now, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has raised their operational capacity, increased normal foot, mobile, and intelligence-led patrol, and also instructed a gang unit to operate within the area where we intend to reintroduce the joint police army patrol units to ensure that the persons in the Longdenville area once again feel a level of safety and security away from the criminal elements. Mr. Speaker, let me just share this again with you. One of the persons in the area, one of the residents, also said to us, they will support all measures that the government intends to implement once it shows that they intend to see about the safety and security of the persons in the area. Mr. Speaker, again, I have instructed law enforcement to do what it has to within the ambit of the law to secure the people, not just of Central Division, but the people in Enterprise also. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your answer. Arising out of the answer, could the Minister inform, as a result of those in-camera discussions, whether any of those conversations have informed as to the use of the home invasion stand your ground law in relation to these series of invasions?
Mr. President, 4 out of the 12 persons that was interviewed, they eagerly await a result of the application However, they also informed us that sometimes because of their love for their community, they would have lapsed from time to time with respect to their own safety. Meaning, sometimes they are liming and they leave things open, and the vulnerability exists. I spoke to them. I told the police officers to also engage them over this period to assist them with their safety and security and what needs to be implemented in order to better protect themselves and their community.
Honourable Minister, thank you, Mr. President. Honourable Minister, could you please explain what you mean by they eagerly await, 4 of these persons eagerly await their applications? What does that mean?
Minister of Homeland Security.
Mr. President, I don't want to go further than that with respect to my statement. The Honourable Senator should understand what that means.
Honorable Senators, I am now prepared to rule on 2 earlier matters of privilege raised earlier in the proceedings of this Honorable Senate. Honorable Senators, I crave your indulgence to return to the item of business in relation to both matters of privilege raised by Senator David Nackett. Honorable members, I am now prepared to rule on the questions of privilege raised by Senator Nackett earlier in this day's proceedings. Senator Nackett alleges, 1, that Senator John Bates has engaged in a conspiracy with Mr. Terence Dialsingh and Senator Faris Alwari, SC, to deceive the committee by her failure to disclose her involvement in the preparation of the memorandum of evidence of Mr. Terence Dialsingh to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee. And 2, that Senator Faris Alwari, SC, has engaged in a conspiracy with Mr. Terence Dialsingh and Senator General John Bates to deceive the committee. Honorable Senators, all that I am required to do at this stage is to rule if a prima facie case of breach of privilege exists. The decision on whether any matter referred to is indeed a breach of the privilege of this Senate or contempt of Parliament falls to the Committee of Privileges. Honorable Senators, I have carefully considered both matters and having regard to the facts presented and well-established parliamentary practice and procedure, I am satisfied that a prima facie case has been made in each instance. Accordingly, I now refer both matters to the Committee of Privileges for investigation and report. Adjournment. The Honorable Leader of the House.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.